now, and I don't know how you're supposed to do this. You're supposed to like put a countdown timer until the stream actually starts. I don't really know. So what I got right now is, oh, interesting. Yeah. So I will be starting again with the code challenges today. I got one from a buddy of mine. That'll help give us a start. And if anybody wants to interrupt and give me something else, I'll do that instead. I'm also trying to get this on YouTube, and I'm not seeing it. You know, I guess we'll have to cut YouTube for today. So it's not going to work. Okay, and let's see what else. What else? Oh yeah, I forgot the Twitter post. Normally I have that ready to go, but I don't have it today. Oops. So who's in this? Who's excited about doing code? Who's excited about these code challenges that you can get? Okay, so let's get started. First thing I want to do is I got these two pieces of code up. These are from yesterday. I worked on these. One was a challenge that I did for myself. The other was somebody asked me to do based on this information to kind of replicate it. I did want to fix a couple bugs that I noticed when I was going through the stream data yesterday. I noticed on this take here, I left this math seal in. There's no point in that being there because you're not seeing my screen, are you? Okay, these are the two pieces of code. So this math seal here is useless, completely useless, because this number is an integer, so it doesn't matter. It was mattering before because we had to divide by 4, but we don't have that anymore. So this could be even one line, really. I mean, that's fine. Leave it. So that's one piece that needed to be improved, and then the other one was I had an unnecessary promise in here that made this way more complicated. Like why not just call the set timeout and then call the add to queue? Why not? Why are we like creating a promise here? We're not returning it. If we return this, it would make sense, which is what we were doing the first time, but we're not doing it right now. So there's no reason for that. Man, I hope everybody can hear me. I had to plug in my mic into a different USB port because it just wanted to stop working today. I have no clue. Could have been the cable. So that cable's old and it's long, and I wanted a longer cable because my mic's like way over here, and my computer's way over on that side across all my monitors. Okay, let's see what we've got. And we don't need this ESLint disable now. So I think that would fix this code a lot. Yeah, so that's good. So the problem he gave me was pretty difficult. And it was basically, my buddy gave me a challenge. And he wanted me to basically take a matrix of data. And he wants me to rotate it. So like here's an example. So if you had a matrix of we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. If you want to rotate it this way, then what ends up happening is it becomes 3, 1, and 2, and 4. So I don't really care about this question at all. The challenge I mean, yeah, it could be challenging. But the reason I would even take a look at doing this, oh, thank you. My mic sounds fine. That's good. So the reason I would even take a look at doing this is because maybe what we could do is try to create a bitmap image, and then we can read that in with Node.js or something, stream it in, and then try to rotate it ourselves. And that's going to be a lot larger of a matrix. So you have way more numbers to deal with, and it would be a lot harder to do. I don't really know if that's what I want to do today. That sounds like I need to get some prep work to even see, if I can read in an image and what a bitmap format looks like instead of having to do that on the stream where I might not accomplish any code. So if you guys have any questions, anything that you'd want to, like a problem you'd want to solve or something you'd like to see, where you think like, hey, maybe this is a difficult question or something that I don't really understand, I would like to do those first before attempting something like this. Let's see, what else could we do as well? There were some code questions I was looking at, just like I was yesterday, where we could go through and try to do these what are these called? Man, I have no clue. Code quizzes is what you might call them, where they ask you a question and you try to do it. The reason I'd rather do these is I can do them in shorter time frames. So if anybody joins the stream afterward, I can then answer their questions, where I'm not like in the middle of something that's going to take 4 hours. That's another thing. I don't think this matrix thing is going to be very quick. It looks like it's going to be really difficult. I mean, this is just hard to read. Why is this integer called D? Why are they using the word integer when I'm doing JavaScript? I mean, usually you use the word number, right? I don't know. This one Create a function that takes a list of non-negative integers and strings and returns, they're using this word again, and returns a new list with the strings filtered out. I mean, this is too easy. Yesterday we did something like this, and I thought it was pretty cool, but today I don't. This is an actual FizzBuzz multi-thread question. This might be more interesting. Just like we did yesterday, where we did stuff with concurrency, this would be a lot more difficult and more interesting to try to solve. So what's this asking? Oh, you know what? We already answered this question yesterday. We didn't do the output, but we already answered it. Now, the difference here is that this program is asynchronous, I'm hoping. Implement a multi-threaded version with 4 threads. The same instance of FizzBuzz will be passed to 4 different threads. Okay, does that make sense? So this is a class, they're newing it up, and they'll put the same instance in multiple threads. Now, well, like we learned yesterday, LeetCode does not allow for JavaScript, so we can't verify the solution, but I can verify it by making sure that our output matches the examples that they gave. And this one's not giving any examples here. Last time they gave examples of what you could expect. I think this one they want you to log in to do it. Well, I do want to do a concurrency question. What other concurrency questions do they have at LeetCode? So they have print something in order. I think we did that yesterday. No. We did print 0 even odd. So this might be too easy, but this will get us kind of a start for today. Suppose we have a class. Okay, yeah, this is a class for sure. The same instance of foo will be passed to 3 different threads. Okay, so again, they're newing this up, and then they're taking that memory pointer and they're passing it to 3 separate threads. Thread A will call first, thread B will call second. What do the examples look like? Okay, for that input, they want you to get the text out. This is too easy. I mean, we did this something yesterday. Well, we'll do it. We'll do it. Just as a good little starter. And then I can avoid this matrix thing for now. It's one of my friends asked me, but it's not like he's on the stream, so I want to answer stuff that people have on the stream. That one would probably take a long time. Okay, so instead of doing a class like we did yesterday, we will try the RxJS method again. So we first need to create the threads, and I'm going to create them over here so that they're more obvious what's going on. And we'll have, kind of want to pull up the other file, but it'll be thread. Let's see, what are they calling the threads? Thread A, thread B, or thread C. Okay, it's the same kind of thing. Thread A is equal to something, right? And this was be an observable that executes what first? So does it matter when they come in? I guess they'll only fire once each. So maybe if we just make it a timer and it executes, then we can in our code handle what to do, which would be these functions. We could handle what to do when the thread fires. Design a mechanism to modify the program to ensure that second is executed after first and third is executed after second. Why would second execute after first? Oh, no, that makes sense. I was thinking that order incorrectly. So basically what they want to do is they want to call the threads 3, 2, 1, but they want us in our code to figure out how to wait for all of them to come in and then output this in that order. And this is pretty easy. So with RxJS, this is super, super easy. Let's just do this like this. So we got a timer, and the timer, this one's going to be 200 milliseconds. We could make it even longer if we wanted to. We're going to do a const, and this is going to be a timer. If you are unfamiliar with RxJS, I can explain as I go. And just note it in the chat. I'll pick up on it. Okay, and then see, is there anything? That's not timer, it's RxJS. Okay, there we go. So the next one would be thread B and thread C, and we'll have thread C fire first, so that'll fire at 100 milliseconds. Thread B will fire at 200, and thread A will fire at 300 milliseconds. And then we will export all these. I feel like this was a lot harder yesterday when I did it, because I was having to figure out how this would work. But after doing the C++ version of the same answer, it makes a lot more sense that I'd rather do it in RxJS. Okay, so I got the threads, and now we can import those threads like this. And we'll actually do the logic now. Oh, what is this going to be called? This is print in order. Okay. This is going to be really simple. So hopefully it won't take long. This is the threads. Okay, and then this is spelled wrong. So I'm trying to think how we want to do this. Compared to how we did it yesterday, I think we're going to want the same kind of thing. We're going to want an of, and oh yeah, we were returning a module.exports of a value of an observable, and that one took data in. This one doesn't take any data in. It only has, the inputs can change, okay, but so maybe what we could do is we can have 3 different threads instead of thread ABC. So what they're saying is that each thread is outputting a value. No, the input I think is which thread gets fired. I'm trying to figure out. They call first, then they call second, then they call third, then second. Yeah, it's these times here. We'll worry about that in a bit. Yeah. Okay, so this is a new observable. It's going to be called print in order. Let's go ahead and export that too. And so what we're doing with of is we're saying this object will get passed through the pipeline. That's all we're doing. Because I want access to these threads, but I don't want to subscribe to them yet. And then what we're going to do here is we would just tap, just like we did yesterday, and console.info. And we'll grab tap out of RxJS operators, and we will grab of out of RxJS, because of is an observable, and tap is an operator. Okay, so now that we've got that, we've got to make this a file, which is going to be called print in order. And now we got to, oh, I remember what it is. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Here, we've got to add it as a task here so we can run it. Print in order. Oh, that's fine. Okay, and then we don't need this piece. That should work. We would need a subscribe in here. I think this is going to subscribe to it for us, so we don't have to do that. All we need to make sure is that under here, the task that we're going to execute is print in order today. And we also need my command line up, so we can see here. Okay. And we're going to do yarn start. So that should execute each one of these threads once, and so we get 0, 0, 0. We should get that output. Oh, no, we're getting all the threads. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. So we're getting the observables themselves, but not the values of the observables. The way we get the values is either with concat map or merge map or switch map or exhaust map, depending on what we want. And since we need to listen to all of these threads at the same time, and we're waiting for them to all finish, we would want something like combine latest. And in fact, we could do it here. We do combine latest, but I'm not going to do it there. I'm going to say we get the threads, and then I'm going to modify these threads with a map statement. And then I'm going to output that and see what happens. So basically, the reason I'm doing this is because we want to mimic this behavior where they have a class and they're calling a function on our class. And so this thread is basically just, we're going to call it the thing that calls a function on our class. And then what we're going to do is have these things be our functions here, the things we're returning off our map. So first would be an observable that we're going to create based on thread A, and we're going to have this first thing always return the word first, just like they're doing here. So when thread A fires, we'll just have that be the first. So when thread A fires, we're going to map to a value, and the value is going to be first. And then we're just going to copy this for each thread. So it'll be second and third. Cool. Yep. And then when we output here, we need a comma, and I think we need map up here. It should still log all of the observables, but it will be the new names on the observables. Oops. There we go. Oh, we don't have map 2. Okay, So we got first, second, third. Perfect. Now we want the values of them, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to quickly put a concat all. And that will execute each one after the other. And it will give us the value that comes in, which should be 0. Oh, we're not even subscribed to all these. Yeah, we need something to subscribe to them first. So we need a concat map. What concat map is going to do is convert us from. So instead of mapping to an, here we're mapping to an object. Concat map can map to an array, and it does, or not array, sorry, an observable. And the difference between mapping to something like an object or any value, essentially, maps to any value. So whatever you put in, you get that back out. Concat will actually subscribe to it as it's mapping to it. So anything we put in there, it will subscribe to. So what we can do is we can map to an observable that will subscribe to our other observables and wait for all them to finish and then output. And there are like a bunch you could use. You could use zip. You could use combine latest. You can actually use one that takes an object. And that one I'm really interested in using. It's called fork join. I want something that essentially, like, it listens once, and once it gets everything, it's done. Because we don't need to worry about values over time. We just need to basically say, take these streams and combine them. And then we only take one value. So I don't know if this is really going to be what we want. Fork join here. But it does take an object of observables. And then when you subscribe, you should get them back. I mean, we can try it out. Let's see how this works. I've always had problems with this fork join one. I don't know why. But it never works like I expect. Yeah. What's the reason for it? So expects an array or a dictionary of observables and returns an observable that emits either an array of values in the exact same order as they were. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not necessarily what we want, but it doesn't matter. I mean, combine latest, all this stuff is going to do the same thing. So we'll use fork join because we have an object. And instead of doing a map, we could just fork join. We'll do it here. We'll fork join here. And we'll take the value that we had here of all these observables, and we'll just listen to them with the fork join. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. This is concat map. And then down here, we will call fork join. And we'll return the value of it. And that will give us a new thing in our pipeline, and then that will be the output of all of these as an object with 0. Each one will be equal to 0. So I don't know if we want these $ here when it outputs, but we'll do it for now. So fork join, and then we want value, but I'm curious what to name this. This is like observables. And then I wonder if we even need to do this, or if I can just call fork join straight up like that. I'm curious. Now I want to try it. Let's do that first, and then figure out what happens. Yep. Did not like it. I don't think that'll work. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You need to pass a function to concat map and have it call it with the value, right? That's what we're doing. Okay, well, that works. Fine. I don't know why just calling this doesn't work. I bet concat map has more values going into it, and it and okay.
The first one is Kansas City Map.
Alexa, stop.
1110 East Valley View Parkway, Independence. The second one is
Hey Google,
Exterior.
stop. Okay, that was really weird. Okay. I did not ask any questions. So I want to know, this is outputting, yeah, first is first, second is second. Oh, it's not 0, 0, 0 because we mapped them to strings. Okay, so we're done, right? We just need to assemble them. So we have an object of 3 values at this point, and now we can map them into a string. So we're almost done. So the weird thing is that even though they're coming out of order, because they're coming at different times, because we're using fork join, it waits for all of them and then it executes. They all have to fire at least once for it to work. It's very similar to combine latest. I'm honestly thinking, like, what's the difference? What's the use case? Why would you use one or the other? That I don't know. But now we can grab these values. I really don't like that they've got a $ now. So technically the $ is valid here, but once we subscribe to them, we're just getting the values back. So I don't really care about the $. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I wonder if there's another way to do this. Let's see. Can we take an object and just pull the values? Yeah. We could take an object and pull the values and combine them. Since they're in this order, I think they retain this order. Because JavaScript objects technically are ordered. I don't know if that's like gonna always be 100% like that you'll always get them in the order that you put them in, but I do wonder if we pass them in here as an array instead of an object, we'll definitely 100% get them in the right order, and then we just do a join. And so we don't have to name them. Oh my goodness. Can we just... Okay. So let's just return it as an array. It's not ideal, but then we don't have to name them because we just want the values in this order when these 3 threads are done firing. I'm going to make it a little bit different in the formatting as well, just to make it obvious that there are 3 different things being passed into an array. And then this is the same. And then now instead of this, we're going to get an array back of values. And then we're just going to do values.join. Just like that. And I think we're done. Yep, first, second, third. All right, so now what they wanted is for the orders to be different of these, right? So the first example here, they're going 1, 2, 3. So we're going 3, 2, 1, but we can do 1, 2, 3. So we just swap these two. And we check the output. It is still first, second, third. Okay. And then we go check this 1, 3, 2. So 1, 3, 2. We swap the order there. Save it. And we check we got first, second, third. So this code is working. And that's it. We're done. This is a lot simpler. And we even wrote the threads, right? Like over here, you don't write the threads. You new up the class, and then you have to call the first method yourself. You have to call the second and third. When we did this as a class before, for the other example, it was a lot more code. And we essentially had to have a listener that constantly, it's like a while loop that just kept there looping. But the thing is, we couldn't use a while loop because JavaScript is single threaded. And so it delays your processing as it's doing it. So the only way to get that to work right is to set like a set timeout. And then basically when the set timeout is over, check to see if it's your turn to go. And if it is your function's turn to go, then you execute. Otherwise, you call a set timeout again, and you wait till the next event loop has completed. And so that's how that would work. So it's a little bit different here on how you would do it with ArcsJS versus the class method. Now, I could write the class method a lot easier today, because I already wrote it yesterday, but I really don't want to. If you want me to show the other example to you, I can. We did clean it up at the beginning of the stream. So that's that. Yep, it's pretty easy. We could do one little tweak here, just make it so it's consistent. The reason for doing it like this is so you can read vertically. It helps really a lot when you're working in small columns like this. It also helps a lot when you're like trying to skim the code. Because if any code goes off to the side of the screen, it becomes harder and harder to read. You have to read every single one as it goes across and move your head or your eyes. If it's like this, you just scroll and you can read the entire code. So that's the difference here. It's probably mobile friendly too, but it's not a huge deal because I don't code on my phone. Although I do write articles that people do read on their phone, including me. And so it's actually more helpful to have code like this when I'm on a phone, even though it's really lengthy. And I think the reason for that is just because it's fitting nicer into a smaller space. Okay, does anybody else have any other challenges? Because this was a pretty simple one to get us started. I can keep looking for more interesting asynchronous problems. It's H2O. Oh, this looks interesting. Okay, hydrogen, oxygen threads will give release hydrogen and release oxygen. I feel like the threads are way simpler in ArcsJS. I mean, these threads could be listener. How about we do this? How about we try to replicate what this is doing? I would need std standard in, and then I could, like in the command line, I could type in what I want and then hit enter, and it would fire off the thread. And that way, these timers don't just go off whenever they do. We could have like an event listener, and then fire them off based on when an event occurs, and then that's more interesting because it's different. If I type like this and hit enter, we could have something that's reading the standard in, and then it could be outputting based on when that event occurs. That's another thing we could do to make this a little bit more challenging. I would like to do that. So instead of timer, this would be from event, and you give it the event name, and you give it a global. I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. This is not something I use very often. I do use it when I'm working in like a browser plugin or browser tools, but I just don't use this as often. Yeah. I get that. Okay, the target is an event emitter. In Node, it would be an event emitter because we don't have window. So I don't know how these work in Node, actually. I've only done this in JavaScript. I mean, in the browser. Okay, so... Hello, how do you use this? Where's the... Do I new it up? So you require events, and you get the event emitter. That's it? Do I have to create a custom one? I wonder if they have a way to create custom events without having to do it like this. Because this is basically saying on an event, do this thing. I want to have a custom event name. Oh, this might be fun because I've never done this in Node, and so maybe it'd be like an interesting way to figure out, okay, how does Node handle events, right? So we got event emitter, and then we need to say from event, and we give it the event emitter, and then we give it an event name, which we can call thread A. How about that? So instead of timer 1, we can do that, and then we can emit the event ourselves just to make sure it's working. Sorry, you probably can't read this. There. Okay. So we're still running it. Still got our console open. And then we got from event. Okay, so event emitter, thread A. Doesn't like it because we're not getting from event. I'm trying to think what we need to do here because we need to emit this event. So we've created the listener, but I haven't. Okay, dot event. Okay, so we do need to create an event. So we can do a new event emitter. I'm pretty sure we don't have to do this class like this. Yeah, I don't see a reason to do that. I think the difference is that this event emitter is localized and this one is global. But we're going to find out pretty quick. Come on. Okay. Event emitter equals new this thing, and then we will pass that one in here. And then we want to call this. So we want to call this probably at the time that we have created these, maybe. I want to know when is a good time to call it. Can we tap to call it? Can we like do it from the command line? I really want to call this from the command line, but I don't know if I'll have access to it. That's why I want to do it on event emitter and not a specific object like this. I just want to test it though. So the thing is, if I fire it at any point in time before it's been listened to, it won't work. I need to fire it after we're listening to it, which would be like in here. So I wonder if I can say let's say when thread B fires, it fires off thread A. So we just tap in here and we'll do event emitter. Ooh, man, this is going to be tricky because this is not the same instance of event emitter. What if we did this for now and we'll go back and fix it later? Dot emit. And then we'll emit it with some value. I really don't care what the value is as long as we do emit it, but I want to call it thread A and see if that like triggers this event. I'm pretty sure that's how this works. Now, I don't know how you give it data. Maybe there's like a second arg. Yeah, passing arguments. Okay. I hope I don't have to use this. Okay. Yes. Yes. So this is arg1. We'll do that. So we're going to emit this when thread B fires, and that will call thread A. So because we subscribe to these in order, I think that should work. After 300 milliseconds, we've already subscribed to thread A. Yeah, and then this will emit. Yeah, let's try it out. It just killed it. It didn't even wait for these to finish. I'm so confused. Yeah, I challenged myself here. From event, global event emitter, yes. Thread A, we're listening to thread A. So we've created a listener. These fire off and finish. So this one's not listening. It's like it listens and then it's done. Which means we're probably doing it wrong. Maybe if we follow the example, it'll work a little bit better. But I don't want to follow it. Class. Let's try, we'll call it test event emitter. Extends event emitter. Okay. And is that it? I just do this? Well, he's saying my emitter. Okay. Test emitter. No, test. Fine. Test emitter. And then we'll do new it up, and then we don't have to change anything else because we can still call it event emitter. Okay. Still kills it. Huh? What is going on here? Does this not exist? And I want to log here to see if we even have anything. Yeah, it did get here. And it must have fired off the event. But we didn't get an output. Did I change anything? Yeah, so... That's a good question. Well, this code challenge thing is very interesting. I'm challenging myself here. Pretty good. I don't understand why this doesn't work. I created an event emitter. I put it on global so I can get it anywhere. It exists here. It even does this emit thing, and then it dies. What if we don't emit it? What if we just... It shouldn't kill the app. That's the problem here. This from event should not kill the app. It shouldn't be something that fires once and then it's done. It should be something that could fire potentially multiple times. We should be the ones to kill it off. So I'm wondering if I did this right. Let's look at this again. From event takes a target, which is an event emitter, and an event name, which we've created as thread A, and then some options and stuff. I mean, this is how I would use it. If anybody has any suggestions, like, go ahead and pop them in. I will definitely be up to listening. What I could do is something like this. I could just copy this example and try it out. That should cause the app to stay open. My emitter is not defined. What if we cheat this and do one of these? Does that work? Yeah, that does work. And it kills the app again. What? Is that how this works? Like, it just emits once and it's done? This causes an emit, which should cause this to fire off. I thought events, you could listen to them over time. What if I do 3 of them? It puts 3 of them. Oh my goodness. What is wrong here? Was it killing itself before? Completed running all tasks? No, it didn't do that. I don't think, at least. Let's just swap this real quick. Yeah, it does kill itself, but it does say completed run. You know what it is. You know what it is. We had this problem yesterday. I need to do a catch error. I need to know what's going on. Something is broken and it's killing the app. It's doing a process.exit in here, maybe? No? I might not be handling errors. That's our problem. So basically, what if I over here, I don't even need a catch in our code. We could do it, but I just need one catch for the whole app. So error, on error, we get a function, and that function gives us an error. And then we just need to log it, and we need to process.exit, I guess. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. And then process.exit, which is fine. Okay, so save. No error. No error. And this is working multiple times. How does it know it's done? How does it assume it's done here when we should be subscribing to event thread A here? Man. What is going on? Well, clearly I don't understand enough about Node for this, but let's see. Are we process exiting here? No. We're on complete. We do this stuff, and it should not be listening anymore. When the observable is not listening, Node should be like, oh, I'm done. Which it is. It is. That's happening as I expect. What isn't happening as I expect, let's make this bigger, is that this from event, it's like dying before it gets to fire it off. So instead of from event, what we could do is new subject, and that would work the same way. So if we did something like const subject equals new subject, like this, then we could put a subject here, like this, and over here we would call subject $.next, and then you could pass a value into it. I know that works, but I want to use it with these event emitters. So this is interesting. Let's look at like okay, asynchronous. That's what I wanted. Asynchronous and synchronous, right? Huh? This is, I don't know what set immediate is. This is I see. This happens asynchronously. This does not look like something that calls something asynchronously. It says set immediate. Okay. Is it because of what you're putting in this list? What if I do this? What if I do this? Okay, delay 100. Is that going to cause it to work? No. Nope, doesn't work. What happens, so here's what's happening. Fork join goes. It subscribes to all of these threads. This one emits. I don't know if this one ever gets called. And then it never hits this map statement because we never log. I'm pretty sure it doesn't hit the map. I mean, it could potentially be hitting the map. We know it's hitting the fork join, though. The reason I know it's hitting the fork join is because this is happening. This wouldn't happen if we didn't subscribe to it. Also, oh, no, okay. Yeah. Wow. What in the world? We are emitting the event thread A. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what this function does. I wonder if we need it. If it's something like we're... Interesting. How about this? This is how I would solve this. I'd look for from event, Node.js, and I can see how other people would expect to be using this. And also I can look at their example real quick just to see if there's a Node version. This does not look like Node. Yeah, I've only used this in the browser. I've never used it in Node. Okay. There's not much, when I look for it, there's not much showing up here. Let me see if Google has anything. It might be something I just look at Stack Overflow. And I could just see if anybody's got it here. That is not helpful. What about event emitter, something like this? These are not helpful. Maybe it's this one. Nobody answered. What about this one? Does anybody answer? New event emitter, yes. You get the emitter. Set interval, okay, fine. And then admit. Interesting. Interesting, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if let's try this. Let's do this. I will emit an event and see if it even goes through. Thread A. Maybe it's because it's got capitals or something. Maybe the event can't have that name. Was this how long ago? Yeah, this is a long time ago. And that's even a different library. Nope, still not working. So this emits at this point in time. This emits. This has not been subscribed to, therefore it won't do anything. Even the delay is not helpful. If we put a start with, this will go through and fire, and it still should be listening for value. This is the thing, is fork join is not a take one. Fork join listens for values over time. And then once those values occur, it should keep outputting them. So if this was an interval instead of a timer, like let's change one of these. So we'll comment this out for now. We'll put interval here. see what we get. Yeah, see? It's still listening. It's not working, but it's still... Oh, maybe I should save. Huh. No, nothing's coming out. This is awful. Now, none of the code's working? So all the code that worked perfectly like a minute ago is not working. What about this tab? Can I get rid of it? It's not working at all. Huh. What did I do? Who was watching? Is it this? No, because it didn't exit. I mean, I created the task. I'm running the task. This task gets here. We create it, and then it gets subscribed to in another part of the code. And it was just working. Weird. So if I... Timer. First, second, third. Oh my goodness. Why does interval not work? It's the same thing. They're literally the same thing. The only difference between timer and interval is that interval fires multiple times. Is it something to do with fork join? Can I use zip instead? No, it just killed itself, this one. Zip creates an array. It takes multiple arguments, though. Okay, that worked with zip. And if we use interval... Yeah, so the problem here is fork join. I don't understand fork join. I've had issues with it in the past. I really don't like it. And what I want... I don't really want zip necessarily. I want combine latest. But I think zip will work for this. It's just really weird. And when we use zip, we could name these. Like first, second, and third. Let's try this again. With from event. Is the reason it was broken because of fork join? And now it makes me question what fork join is and how it works and how it handles asynchronicity. So this is still working. See, we did this. We emit the event. So if I comment this out, it'll never fire. See, never fired. But if I don't comment it out, it does fire because it emits the thread A event. And if we listen in here, right at here, we can tap the output. And we should get arg1 in the console. Yeah, arg1. There it is. So this is happening in the order I want. This is the working with the event emitters. And we can convert them all to event emitters. And then what would be more fun is figuring out what happens in like stdin, right? So where we're typing it to emit the event. That would be a lot of fun. And because we're using the standard event emitter and we're putting on a global, we should be able to access it anywhere, including in the console. Yeah, I think so. I'm really curious now about all of this. We'll find out. So the problem here is, oh yeah, we don't want to emit. We want to do that in our code. I still don't like this code now because we changed what we were doing here. This was I wanted this to be an object before, and the object had these things, and they were first, second, and third, and that way we knew what their names were. And then we could subscribe to them by name instead of having to subscribe to them by like putting just an array of observables into fork join. Still don't know why fork join didn't work, but this is more clear to me now. Okay, so this is the order they'll come back, and then now we are 100% sure that first will be first, second will be blah, 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 no matter what order they're being passed, they're called over here. Okay, so let's figure out how to do standard in. I haven't done this in a while, and I know the code is weird for it, but we can also convert it to RxJS as part of the challenge. And I've done this before. So we'll see if I can remember how to do it, or figure out a way to do it, obviously. Okay. How do we listen? Okay, so it's a dot on, which makes me think I can create a use from event for this. We can try it for sure. Properly return a stream. Oh, a stream. Interesting. I don't want a stream. I want I want just the data whenever I hit enter or something like that. So while the chunk is being read in and it is non-null, okay, then write out the output. Why would it do this? Is this like on a enter key? Yeah, okay, well this will be interesting. Let's try something like this now. So this is the standard in reader. Okay, and I gotta create it. I wonder if it's just easier to do this. I get rid of the pipe here too. We will want the pipe, but we'll fix it in a second. Standard in reader. Do I want to call it that or just stdin? I mean, that's what it's called. Okay. And we want a from event. Okay, and then we will listen to process.stdin. Do we have to do this? I wonder. All right, well, let's do this to be on the safe side. So this is done. And then we can also now listen to this event. And we will give it readable. Yeah. I'm curious if we get anything here. Is that all I want? I guess we're not using any of these right now. I'll leave them there for now. We're not reading this anywhere. What if we actually did import it? And how would we even do this? So we want to emit events on this. So we want to subscribe to another observable, but I don't care what the value is. I don't want to split the pipeline either. Do we have to split the pipeline? Is that what we have to do? I have another idea. Instead of doing that, well, we could run multiple observables at the same time. No, I'm not gonna cheat that. There's a way to do this where it would be good. I can just call .subscribe on it for now. And that'll at least mean it's being listened to. We just have to import it somewhere. So we'll import it over here. We're not using it, I guess. So we just require it. Can I find module? stdin reader. Oh, I have to save it? No. Oh, there's no $sign? Okay. So it looks like it's listening. Undefined. Hey, it worked. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we have to figure out how to do this stuff. Man. How do we replicate this in Node? That's a good question. This is a really good question. Because I've done something like this. Maybe if I just look at this. Maybe like the chunk is what we actually care about. And so when we're logging, we're just logging, right? And we're getting undefined. So what if I did like a side effect here? And we just logged the output of this. Undefined. Aha! It's working. Hello. Hello. I got an echo. It has a new line though. I wonder why it's putting a new line there. I'm adding a new line. But it's adding like an extra new line. Console log adds a new line, and then this adds a new line because I typed a new line. Okay, okay. Well, I'm seeing some things here. And then this is to write to the console. We're not even writing. Oh, we're using console log to write to the console. I see. Interesting. And we do want to say like this from event. I wonder if it has an end that it's listening to, because we're not listening to end. We're listening to readable. We're essentially just this is loaded forever. That's fine. I guess it's not a big deal. And then based on if this happens, we can fire events off. The events that were created in these threads. That would be neat. Yeah. So how can we be safe here? I don't really care about being safe. So when we when we hit enter, this tap executes. So we want this to be a map. And we want to map to this value. Reading in of the standard in. Okay. And then after that, now we want to execute. We want to execute it. So now we want to do a side effect. And this side effect will call an event emitter. Yes. So I want to type in the event name. That's what we're going to call this. So whatever we type in is going to be an event name, and then we're going to execute it as an event name. So global.event emitter .emit, and then we're going to emit the event name. And I guess we could give it data, but right now it doesn't matter. I just needed to emit, right? That's all this needs, is that we need to call thread A, thread B, and thread C. Oh, yeah, separately. That was fine. It was just a bug in this particular code. So we've got this reader listening. Eventually what I want to do is have this be subscribed to in here and not subscribed to in here. And we can fix that. We'll just first, let's get it working, and we'll go back and fix it. So thread A, thread C, thread B. Yeah, did you admit? What is this? New line. Oh no, carriage return. Okay, so in Node they add the carriage. So this is a carriage return because I'm in Windows. There's a way to remove that. .read. Do I want readable? Readable, is that what I want? How about is there anything else? Nothing standing out to me. So we do have to figure out the carriage return problem, and we can't use path for it. But in Node, there's a way to like check what the when you hit the enter key, what it is. I guess we could look for R and N and remove them, but I thought there was a character here that showed you. It's like a global or something that shows you if like, is this gonna tell me env here? No, it's not telling me. It's telling me what environment I'm in, but it's not telling me the carriage return style. That's really what I want. I want to know in the current running process, if I type a carriage return, like what is it expecting? I guess it could be anything. Technically, it doesn't. Technically, it just could be anything. What is message? Parse JSON object or say yeah. Message and SAN handler. What are these? Process is spawned with an IPC channel. Oh, okay. So this is for child processes. We're not using that, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to figure out how to remove these. So when it's doing this, we can add another step here. I don't want to tap yet. What I want to do is still map. And so we have our event name, and then technically the next one is our formatted event name, but we have our event name, and we can just do a replace. So I'm not going to use match because I don't care if it matches anything. I actually want to change the event name. So we create a regex, and we look for /n or /r or both. Okay, I have an idea. So I think if you use plus, it is one or many. But I don't want plus. I want like question mark, which is one or none. And then okay. And then we just replace it with $1, but we don't have a $1 yet. How's that gonna work? Can I do this? Will that just replace? It'll replace anything like this it finds with nothing. Normally I wouldn't do it like this. I'd like get the whole string and like put a $1 in there so it's clear, but this could still work. Oh. What's it erroring about? Replace of null. This is null? I guess when the app starts it's null. Okay, here's a little thing we can do. Filter Boolean. We need to make sure we actually have a value, right? Cool. Now it's not erroring. Is it not logging? We're not logging. Okay, well, I want to know what this is. What's event name? I got rid of my log, and then now I can't test it. If you're new to this stream, what I'm doing is I'm trying to solve a challenge. This one I created for myself. I just found a question on this site, LeetCode, and they have a set of what they call concurrency questions. And there aren't very many, but I did one yesterday, and I did one today, print in an order. This was a lot easier. I was hoping to just start the stream with it, see if anybody else had any questions that we could do in the meantime. Oops. And I'm making it harder because nobody's asked any questions yet. So what I'm trying to do is I'm instead of the threads executing on their own, I'm going to trigger them from the command line to execute based on typing in the name. And I want that to execute the thread, and then now my code should run and execute exactly the same. So what the interesting point here is my code won't change at all in the print in order function, which is what should happen. If you change what the threads are doing, that doesn't matter, right? My code is agnostic to the threads. It just needs to know there are 3 of them, and it needs to know which, like, thread A will map to first or something like that. That's all I need to know. I don't even need to know technically what thread A is. I just need to know there are 3 threads and one of them is first. Honestly, it doesn't even matter. I just care when all of them are done. I'm answering like the question had it, but I just care when all of these are done. And when they're done, then I can technically just map to first, second, third myself. But they wanted to do it like this. So, so I've got my event emitters, and the problem right now we're running into is that the event name still has /r/n on it. Did I not? I'm saying if /n exists, or if /r exists, do I need to like do that? The way I would solve this is to go to regex 101. There are other sites similar to this these days, but back then there weren't when I first found the site. So this is what I use. And I take my regex and I copy it and paste it here, and then I give it an input, which would be thread A, and then give it a character return. And I don't know if it's going to work because I don't know if it's going to return. But what I do want to do is I want to look at this question mark here and make sure between 0 and 1, yeah, that's what I expect, yeah, and this is /n. I think I know what it is. No, because we're using this syntax here. I don't think this is going to work. This is going to look for literally /r or /n. So if I like did here /n like that, and I put a double slash, that would catch it, see? I think the problem is that we're maybe not doing it correctly. Maybe it's not finding it in the string. When we log something with a /r or /n in the string, I don't think it would show me that. I think it would show it as a new line, which means I literally think we're seeing /n and /r in the string. And actually, I put them in the wrong order. Let me put them in the correct order and see if that fixes it. I saved? Okay. No. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put literal /r, or literal /r, literal /n. No? Dude, I'm lost. Is there a character that's /r/n? Is that why it's a problem? Is it something like this? As a single character, do I have to do this? No. Huh. Well, I just remembered a new way to do this. Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thread B, thread C. There we go. It works. Yay. I feel so dumb. I feel really dumb. So this filter boolean here is to basically say this has to have a value. You can't pass nothing, because otherwise we're going to emit an event on nothing, and that will error. So we're also trimming the event to get rid of the /r/n that appears, because apparently trim can figure out how to do it, even though I can't do it within a regex. And then when we do pass in thread ABC, so if we do it here again, thread B, thread C, thread A. Now we're in control of when this output occurs. And now it's happening, instead of without threads that just execute on a timer, it's happening based on event emitters that we have added to global here to do work on. So what I would do is probably this would go in a different file. Yeah, we go in a different file. So it'd be event emitter and module.exports event emitter. And then we'll just import this where we need it. So instead, and this has to actually be imported in here. And this one will import event emitter from, oh my gosh, again? Okay. From event emitter. And we'll just copy this code around. And this should work. It's kind of like the final stress test here. Oh, we're not done yet either. We still have more to do. So we use filter, we use map, we use map 2. Okay. Should fix those errors. And this does not need the event emitter. It doesn't care about it at all. Where's my global? Okay. Yeah, perfect. All right, so the last thing we want to do is figure out the subscribe. So now, instead of just importing this here, we're going to actually get it out, and we're going to do something with it. Somehow, we are going to subscribe to this before we have subscribed to anything else. And I wonder... I don't really care about the values, right? We don't care about the output. In fact, here we're just tapping. We need to do ignore elements to get it to stop. I almost feel like creating a Redux observable now to use this. It would be a lot easier. If I'm using Redux observable, what ends up happening is I could fire an action when this is done, and then that could cause other things to happen, which is similar to what we're doing here with these events. But the Redux observable would get a list of observables to subscribe to, and then subscribe to those observables. What we're going to do here, I figured it out, is instead of doing this in this file, I don't care, because this file does not care about knowing about an event emitter or anything like that. We're going to create an index, and the index will assemble these files together. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so we've got two files, print and order and stdin reader. Or two observables, I mean. And then we're going to module.exports a new observable that is the combination of both of these. And the way we do that is we use a merge, and we merge them together like that. And now the outputs of both of them will go through. This one won't do anything, but they'll both get subscribed. And then in our task runner, we do not run print to in order or whatever. We just get the index, which is this file, and then that will, when this task executes, it will start up both the runner and the reader. Merge is not defined. That might be a good idea to define. And I just realized something else. I'm not running ESLint, and that would be nice to run. So under run tasks here, I got rid of the task, didn't I? Why? Why did I get rid of the task? Okay, well, I'll get it later. We can get that later. We can just copy it in. We can do it now. From here, build config scripts. It's the ESLint one, lint scripts, and I need the utils folder, and I'll just get rid of stuff out of it. So I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that. Okay, and now we have access to ESLint. Let's see, run tasks. From here, I can just grab the ESLint task, which is, these are all observables, the way I've done these tasks. And now we can say we will lint first and then run our code. Cool. Now we're on the lint step. And we do thread A, thread B. Let's see. Oh, works exactly as I expected. Cool. That's a much more fun challenge than the original one, which was just super simple and didn't have any kind of difficulty associated with it. Cool. Anything else? Can we like put like a linting error in here? Yeah, it's fixed. Cool. Anybody have any other challenges? I'm really curious to find something different to do. If anything with concurrency is super easy for me, I'd like to try those out. I mean, they're not extremely easy, but I don't have to think as hard with concurrency. I feel like as I do with some other things. This is the code we ended up with. Hopefully this is readable as well. I try to make it even bigger because I know Periscope has had issues. Periscope with Twitter has had issues trying to represent this, and I did some little changes to make it better. Hopefully this is now represented a lot nicer in that platform. Yeah, we use zip again. So here's something else we can do to make this better. Once we do all of these, notice how it hasn't... So look, thread A, thread B, actually thread B correctly, and then thread C. Notice it's not done. I can do this again. I can call this multiple times. See? And then I just need to do another B and another C because we had an A queued up. We're done after the first time, right? Like, we don't care to keep doing this. So I would write a take here. We used this on the last one. Maybe, you know what? Let's use take until. We're gonna make it more fun. Take until can listen to an observable. Aha. And I can end this entire stream of listening to these threads. Where do I want to end it? I think I kind of want to end it after the zip. So after here. I don't know if it's going to matter, but I want to end it here. So basically, take until can listen to an observable, which is going to be from event. And we will need our event emitter now in here. And we will subscribe to this with from event. Still don't know what was wrong with fork join earlier. Event emitter. And the event will be done, right? So when done happens, this will fire and it will kill the process. Emit event name, which is done. Did I not save? You know what it is? I know exactly the problem. No, I don't. We're listening to this. Does it only done after? I mean, this should be done. We're getting the event. Is this not firing? We don't have to subscribe. Take until subscribes to it when this observable gets subscribed. Undefined. So it did go through. Does it have to return a value? Okay, fine. It needs to return a value. Map to null. There. Problem solved. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. This is not where the take until is going to go. No. The take until needs to go in our merge that we created. It needs to go on here because I need to kill both of them, not just one of them. I need both of them to be done listening at the point where that event emitter fires. Ooh, that looked bad. What's going on here? Well, that was an interesting experiment. Yeah, I messed up. So it could emit undefined. It's just that I didn't have the code right. And I need take until. Hey, what the heck? Come on. Come on. I know this is working. You know what we could do? Let's not even do this. We'll subscribe to it ourselves out here. I want to know what's going on here. Done. Yes, we got undefined. That means it's done. Oh, it said completed running all tasks. It did finish. But it should have killed the program. which makes me think this is still reading. How can I complete this observable? No. It is done. It is done. When we type in done, it's working. If it executes this code here, this is in run tasks. Run tasks is on complete. It is outputting this information. The weird question is like, why is it not ending the program when we're done with our tasks? I don't know why it thinks it's like still listening. I mean, that worked. I just say process exit after we're done completing all tasks. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to do this. Remember before it was killing when I was using fork join, it was actually killing this off. That means it's smart and it knows when we're completing. Because it didn't error. This makes me wonder why it's not exiting when I am subscribed and the subscriber completes. Is there any other code running? Is this like a listener? Has it got anything crazy going on? Is the linting rule the problem? So if I get rid of the linting and I get rid of this process exit here, is it going to fix the problem? Is it the linter problem? No. It is not the linter. It is something in our observables that even if I kill off this merge here with a done, it does complete the observable, but it does not stop listening to it. It is still subscribed. I really wonder if I need to like set this to a value and then do like unsubscribe. Completing an observable, I thought unsubscribes it. It's done. How about if we do this? What if we move these? I don't want to do this, but whatever. See anything special in here? No. What if we move this to the index file for the project? So in here. So when we call run tasks, we get an observable back. So now it is run tasks like this. And then when we subscribe and we complete, then what? Does that tell it like we're done? Can we unsubscribe from run tasks? No, this function returns an unsubscribe. Well, let's try it anyway real quick. Still not working? Cannot read subscribe of undefined. This is not undefined. It is undefined. Okay, we'll just return it for now. Done. Huh. And also, I don't need this subscriber. I mean, this could be also causing the problem. Nope, still a problem. Interesting. So unless I do a process exit myself, it doesn't end the app? Weird. Why? Why would it do that? There's nothing else listening. This completed, right? Something else is active. It's got to be. But it's not. Like, none of these are active. Because if I type in... All right, let me save it. Watch this. Done. Done. Okay. Done. Done. It's not doing anything, but are we still listening? That's a good question. I want to pipe here, and I want to see if we're still listening. So tap console log. Now I'll get tap up here. I want to see if it's like still active, even though the observable has completed, because that would tell me a lot of information. No, it is not still active. Ooh. That means this one's also completed. This isn't of, but at the point where it gets to this zip, it is listening forever until something kills off either the parent observable or this observable in particular. It's like this isn't firing, but are these still firing? We're merging the output here. If we put that tap here, if we put it there, I wonder if that would still log. It's not, nothing is hitting this tap. So, oh, we're doing ignore elements. Okay, how about this? Done, thread A, thread B, thread C. No, it is not listening. This observable died. This one died. So you need to do like a process exit or something. That is so strange. If somebody could explain that to me, that would be great. I don't know. Okay, well, let's return run task back to having the stuff in it. I don't necessarily like this running in here, this stuff here, but it's fine. I'd rather it be in here than the index file. Maybe. That's kind of where it goes, though, is in the index. Like, you listen and you figure out what you want to do in your app. That's fine. I'll just leave it as is right now. Yep, and that kills it. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let's look it up. Node.js process not ending RxJS. The same things? Man, what happened to DuckDuckGo? I actually want it to end when it's done waiting on a callback. No clue. No clue, no clue. I'm not gonna mess with it. You know what? It's fine. I will just end the process when everything's done. Myself. Because Node doesn't want to. Anybody else have other questions? So I could answer this one too, but I want to know if there are other questions for me to do that would be tricky, that would be interesting to see solved, or any challenges you have that you think would be interesting to find out. Okay, well let me go ahead and try this list filter. If you do want to chime in at some point, you can feel free to do so. Okay, this one's saying create a function that takes a list of non-negative integers and strings and returns a new list with the strings filtered out. I mean, this is too easy, right? Non-negative integers and strings and filter. I mean, like, they're creating this function, filter list, which takes an array and does a dot filter on it and then checks if it's a number. Why are they doing it like this too? That's weird looking. I mean, I already solved it. This is too easy. Can you give me a hard one? Is there a way to like find the hardest one that they can find? That might be hard. RGB to hex conversion. But I almost feel like you could do something like this. You just convert it to hex. Like 255. How do you convert to hex in JavaScript? So I would just look it up and find out. That's not hard. Maybe use like a bitwise operator. Is there a hex function? I bet there's some way to do it. It's too easy though. Get me hard. Come on. Consecutive ducks. Okay. Here we go. This looks tricky, right? Yes. No. 2 or more consecutive positive numbers? Dude, what is this? What does this mean? Is this like the maximum number you can have? You start at 2 and you go to 2 to the power 32 minus 1 or something? Yeah, that would be 4 billion, right? 4 billion something minus 1. 9 ducks. Oh man. Okay. So you just output. This could be tricky. Nothing like this is something I'm going to see in real life. That's why I want to see if anybody else has challenges that they can give me. Something that you could see in real life, for instance, that I could do with JavaScript or React or RxJS. That would be a lot more helpful. Oh yeah, and like a tip I saw, was telling me for Twitch, is that every so often I need to be like, hey, everybody subscribe. If you do want to see more and you like what I'm doing, you can definitely subscribe. That would be awesome. Binary is almost even sections. Where is the hard stuff? What about JavaScript? Oh, I don't. It's like arithmetic. This does not look like something I want to do. I want to do something that people can use in their day-to-day. This stuff with the threads, that you could use that in your day-to-day. I do that all the time, that kind of stuff. Even if we abstract it, it's still somewhat relevant. Something like this might be relevant. Interesting. So this is to what? Create a React function? This looks like React.create element div or something like this. We want to create an object with methods for various HTML elements. Dude, this is easy. Like here, watch. Format equals object div is a function that returns the value and I mean, why do I want this? Oh, you want to be able to do this stuff. Okay, here we go. We're getting something cool. Yeah, let's figure this out. Okay, so the h1 function will also do that. But how, when you call the div function, does it call the h1? We need a custom way of getting like figuring out when a property of an object is called. And there is a way to do that, but I don't know what it is. How to find out when object property called No, I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm not getting anything good from Google searches here, or at least DuckDuckGo searches. I want to know. How do you do this? This looks really interesting. This is a good challenge. Okay, well, let's make our h1 function. Okay, so this is we got to be able to do this. So when div is dotted, we somehow are able to combine like the functions of div and h1. There's a way to do this. I know there's a way to do this. You do format and you do like a custom getter on it, and so when you put this dot, anything after it is technically a string, even other dots. This is all a giant string. And then format can go split on the dot and then can reduce them or pipe them. How do you do that? Is it like getters and setters? Is that what this is? Getters, setters, JavaScript. Maybe they give us you like a little bit of code here somewhere. They don't. Solutions. I don't want to see solutions. I don't want to see anything like that. I just want to see the one thing that I'm looking for. Okay, I'm going to hang on. Ooh. How do I upload a solution? Oh, is it train? Train on this challenge. Yeah, what's the code they give me? I would not write it like this. Oh, I guess you can create a function that generates this for you. But that's still not what I mean, first I gotta solve this, and then I can clean it up in a bit. Because, yeah, I could take a tags array and deal with it. This is really cool. We can use this to verify when we're done. But I still need to figure out how to do it. I'm pretty sure it's something like this. It's basically like when you put the dot, whatever comes after it, you can be the person to define what that means. So this says latest, get latest to do this. So if you call dot latest, it does that. So that's a getter setter. And look, this is not a class. Interesting. That calls this function. So what if the getter was not latest, but could be any of these tags, right? Any of them could be a getter. Can I dynamically create these? Like, oh, I'm so confused. Oh, we can try a test. We can definitely try a test here. Man, it's getting late. I wonder if I can do this in 15 minutes. Oh, yes, you can. Yes. I'm there. I got it, guys. There we go. Okay, so we got tags, right? We can put them in the object, I guess. I'm just going to do them here. So we got div, we got h1. We got to loop these eventually, and I'll deal with that later. And then we can create a getter. So this is get div, and it's a function, and we're going to have it take a value and then return. We got to create our generic function now because I don't want to write this multiple times. So we need a function that returns this. And that can be called string formatter. Yay. And it takes multiple things. So we could even have it be a function that creates a function, and we just auto return it here. Do we want to do that? Yeah, I would like to do that. So the first thing we would get would be the div part. So it's the HTML element name, right? And then the next thing, once we return back, we would get the value. Yes, we're doing it. We're doing it, guys. Here we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. This is fun. And let's make it a little bit more interesting. Okay, string formatter goes in here. We call div. And this one calls h1. We're not done yet. Now we need to basically say, get rid of that arrow. There we go. And we'll generate this in a bit. So you can't, because you can do it. That's great. Now what we need to do is we need to make it so that if you do .div .something. Okay, I'm not done yet. I want this article back. How do I look at it? This .log.length. How do you? Can I get like with a getter? Can I get the rest of the stuff here? Yes, but what are the args that come in? What args come into this? Define property O, B, O.B, yes, runs this getter function. Do I need to do it for every possible tag that it gets the finding a getter on existing objects? Yeah, but this looks like it has more functionality. So O is the object, they're adding a property B, and they're calling a getter on it. So anytime you do a dot, even if you don't call it as a function, it will. So if you do call it as a function, I think it executes this. Okay, well let's mess with it right now. Let's mess with this code. And unlike yesterday, I'm going to remember to create a new task for this, and I'm going to run it in Node because I don't want to deal with that. So this is a HTML field chained HTML formatting. Field chained HTML formatting. Okay, cool. We got that, and we're going to create a new function called field index. I don't care about the index right now. We can create an index, but I don't care about the index. This is going to, right now, just be an, we'll just put in the index. I mean, who cares, right? And down here, we'll just console log. Okay, console log, yeah, that's fine. And we want to log format.div. And we want to call it with a value of like hello world, right? This is how everybody does it. Hello world, right? And that should give us what we expect. Hello. We need to run the task. Okay, so what is this called again? It was, you know what? Just grab it out of here. It's not observable though, and it's gonna try to subscribe to it. Okay, module.exports equals of null. There, we did it. Yay, we got an observable. Const of require. Oh my goodness. There she is. Okay, I got everything. Cool. And I should just copy one of these. Like, why am I writing it out? And it's just this. Technically, it's the index file, though. So it's just that. Save. This is not working because the formatting is wrong. This needs to return. And this one needs to also return and not have a thing at the end. The real question is why it's not airing, why nothing's happening. We did an of null. Should have ended. Oh. You know, it'd be fine if we like actually executed the task we're looking for. There we go. Okay, so we got an error. It's saying this get is incorrect here. Do we have to like enable getters and setters? Getter must not have any formal I can't even see it. Parameters. Formal parameters. Really? Do you have to get it on this? Is it arguments? Like what do you do to get the arguments? How do you do this? This dot A. How does it know what A is? Is A like another thing? What? Okay, you know what? Forget all this. We're gonna console log this. I have no clue what's going on. And this one's gonna error too, right? I can't log this. I can just do that. And then this one's gonna error too. So it's erroring on some other stuff. Print in order, tap is blah blah blah, not used. We used it in here. Where is it saying? In the index file. Print index. Tap is not used, okay. Tags assigned a value but never used, yes, that's correct. And expected to return a value and get, fine, jeez. So, like, delicate. Okay, so this contains an object with a div and an h1. That is interesting because that is the format object. I'm feeling it. Okay, but I passed in hello world. I'm seeing an output of hello world. Huh? How did this work? I just returned this function. And it calls the function. Interesting. So this is the same as saying like div, like this, and saying it's equal to a function. Yeah, it is. And in this case, div is equal to this function. No, I'm still not getting it. Because if I call div as a function, I thought I'm calling this. But no, because this is a getter, calling .div does not... calling .div calls this function, which returns that. And now, when I call it as a function, I'm calling this. So technically it works. Can I call .h1? Is this going to do what I expect? I don't think so. I don't have faith that's going to work. H1 is not a function. Okay, cool. So, okay, we're not done. Okay. It has basically we're calling this with the, we're giving access to this, and then we're popping this on it. So what if this was on our class? Do we want it at the top or the bottom? I think at the bottom here. This is not a class, so it's an object. So we put this string formatter on the object. And if you're just coming into the stream, what we are doing is we have this question here. This question says, I want to be able to call format.div and pass a string into it, and it will render a div with that string in the middle. That's the easy part. The hard part is to be able to do div.h1 and pass it a string, and then it renders with the div HTML, the h1, wrapping that, and then your value. This is where it gets really fun. And so this is some code that I've never written stuff like this before, but I'm familiar that it existed, and now we're actually making it work. So this is this dot string formatter. And now that it's in here, I don't know if it's gonna have this if I do it this way. I know this, but I want to console log of this and see if we get anything out. We did not. It does not have access to this. Therefore, I need to make it a class function. And then you can't do this stuff. Hang on. Do I need this in here? Like, I can call it this .string formatter. I can bind this. Does this have a constructor? I'm really curious if I can do that. thinking of a few things right now. Like, does that work? We're not logging. I know this looks bad. I'm going to get rid of that console log in a second. No, so we still have this. But if I do an equal sign here, this is not a class, so I don't think this will work. No, okay. So the only way to get this to work is to make it a class function. I really don't want to. I was hoping to have it be a nice, clean auto return function. Let me keep thinking again. So the goal here is that you can call this.string formatter, and it will return that. And I don't necessarily want access to this, but if you do another dot operation, I don't want to return the string formatter. I want to return this. Okay. Yes, that's correct. How do we know which dot operator they're calling? It doesn't really matter, because if they call .div .h1, it will call this. Let's find out. And get rid of my console log here. This should just do the h1 part. It should not have the div also. If it did, I'd have to think through it. Okay, h1 is not a function. So yeah, because we're not returning this. We're not returning this. And if we did return this, okay, in this case, let's just return this. Yep. We got what I expected. Cool. Okay, so we need to know to return this or the string formatter. And we don't know if it's being called as a function because whatever we return, it does. So we need an object with both this and the string formatter on it. And the string formatter is on this, but it's not on the prototype. So it won't be on this. So the only way to do this is a class function. Man, that sucks. But no. Because they would have to call string formatter if they're doing that. We need to return them a function with this on it. Yeah, but how? How can you make a function have a this? Functions can't have this context. What if I do this? So if I do that and they get a function, now it has this. But that's like on the inside of string formatter. It'll have that. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Dude, I'm so lost. Like, I don't know if it's just because I'm on the stream or because I'm just really confused here as how this would work. I want to know if I should return this or this. And technically, I always want to return both. So, like, let's say we want to return both, okay? So you would do this. You know, this is not going to work, but we would do this, and we would do... It doesn't work. I need when you execute this, essentially, it is a function. Constructor... Can I do this? But this is the wrong this. Oh man, I'm so lost. Can I thought you can use something up and give it like this context. And I can't think of how to do that right now. So this is all working off of memory. And what I could do is look it up, but I'm trying to solve it without doing that. Constructor. We can call this in the constructor. So if they end up calling like this, then it would call the constructor function. I'm pretty sure, unless you have new, unless this only gets called if you new it up. That might make sense why it didn't work earlier. Dang it. Okay. So, what if string formatter has to return a function, right? And that function outputs this stuff. We can't return this. What if this is a function? What if this itself is a function? And all of the functions on this are also available on this. What if... I'm kind of curious if we do this. This dot prototype. should log it undefined. This dot proto. Trying to like fake this. Yes. Okay, interesting. So I think what we got to do is add stuff to a prototype. So basically, this is a function that we're getting back. So like this, some function. And what we want to do is we want to take this function and change the prototype of it. Equals this, and then we return some prototype, some function. I don't want to do that, but I guess that's the only way to do it. Okay, so this is got that. Some function. This is returning us a function, and we are adding to the prototype of the function, and it is not working. H1 is not a function. Yes, it is. Let's see. Format.div.h1 is not a function. There's still something I'm missing. There is a way to do a getter where once you've typed like a dot, everything after it is up for grabs. But I think that only works. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Div.h1 is not a function. But if .div does return a string, something, if it returns a this, then it would do .h1 and then it could work. No, that's not right then. Is it saying like the h1 is not a function? That's what I really want to know here. What's going on? What is it not able to call? So if we're logging some function here. It says it's a function with a prototype that has these methods on it. And that means it should have access to these values. I know what we do. Let's not call it. Let's just log what it is. I'll just make another one here. I want to log what we have here at this point. Undefined. Okay. This is y. So the first log is this one, where we're logging it, and then we're getting that exact thing right here. So if we call this with hi, we should get a div with hi. Yes. Do I have to do this? Yeah. How can I avoid doing it on the prototype? Do I do this? There's some way to do this correctly. Okay, I think this is how you do it. Yep. Okay, we did it. I thought you're not supposed to use proto. I really thought you're not supposed to use this. Okay, so we still have some issues. Is that I need to return I need to return some function passed with the value that we got. Or passed with this function to wrap this function. So I was right to return a function that returns a function. But now when h1 executes, it has to have the previous one's function wrapping it. So we're not done yet. And this is not going to be some function. This is going to be a return function, maybe? Oh, man, how do you do this? How do you avoid that? Let's think through this. So our return function is the string formatter function. But if it doesn't get called and they call a method, now they call to this. But I need to now wrap it. So we need to create a custom this that has all the methods of this. It has all these methods. But it also wraps each one of the methods in a function. I don't know if that's how we're supposed to do it, but we could do that. Is this working? Whoa, that's so cool. I don't even use TypeScript. That's so cool. So it knows what the this context is without me having to log it. That's wild. Okay. Okay, so how do we create a custom one? I don't think you can do this. I think you have to do like, I have no clue. We're gonna do some logging. So I can figure out what this is, but I don't know where these are on. I don't understand these getters enough. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this dot prototype, and we're gonna do this dot proto, because I want to get those values and be able to dot them into the next one, and then wrap them all. Okay, so the first one logs, and it is this. The prototype is nothing, and then the proto is nothing. So this has all the stuff on it. Yeah, there's got to be a way to assign object properties to a function without having to use proto, and I think you just assign them to the function itself. You can assign like dot something on a function. Let me see something here. Proto deprecated. Yeah, no longer recommended. Okay, what's my alternative? Using object.create with the desired prototype. Is supported today. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Oh, I don't need a prototype of it. I actually need it to be assigned. Getter, setter function. So do I need this? Do I need to call object.create, or can I just be like that? That won't work. It has to be a string. So if you're new to the stream, again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a formatter to do something like this, where if you do format div and then .h1 and then pass it a value, it actually does this output. And this is going to be pretty intense. And so I'm going to genericize all this stuff in a bit, but I'm still trying to figure out how to do it in a way that it doesn't error. Is this because of multi-line? Yeah, it's fine. It's like I can get rid of that rule. What happened? What did it work? Did it error? So this worked before, I thought, if I did __ proto. Yeah. Okay, so this doesn't work, but if we do object.create, I'm assuming we can use this. So we would man, I have no clue. Is it just definitely challenging. Definitely challenging. So when you create an object, how do you even do that? You pass in an object, which is this, or the return function. Yeah, but how do you set the prototype? Is it this? This is the proto? This is the proto of the object we're creating. I'm lost. So these are the properties on the object, which would be this. Maybe we can do the ... this on this thing. I'm wondering if that'll work. The object itself is that, and then I can add stuff to it, but I want to add it to the prototype of it. Let's just do this. Let's do this. Something like this, and then we'll do this, like that. So we don't have to do that. Huh. No. No, this is not how you do it. So we create a function, put that on it, that becomes a function, and we output it. And it should have the right prototype. Did we do this in the wrong order? I don't think so. I want all the stuff off of this. I mean, technically the prototype is, we want it to be this, but we want to... yeah, I don't know what they're expecting me to do here. Changing the prototype and object is by nature of how modern... Okay, yes, a very slow operation in every browser. Okay, I don't really care about speed right now. but may extend to any code, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you care about performance, you should avoid setting, you should avoid setting it. Instead, create a new object with the desired prototype using this. So if I create an object with this, it has that prototype. But I mean, literally, it would just be this. It would be, I'd create a new object with everything on this, but not the current string formatter function that I want. Aha! Okay, no, I've got an idea now. Okay, is this how you do it? What if we change the string formatter function to now the string formatter function with the div on it? I think that's it. I think we got it. I only put this down a line because you can't read it. If we do that, then I can pull it up. I'll just put it down. Who cares? It's not going to hurt anybody. In fact, what I could do instead is this. And that way I can find that easier. Okay, so this is our return function. No, this is our return div. But it has a string formatter function. So the tricky part here is that we need this to be able to be a string. And we need it to be able to, a function. So it's something that you can call. And it needs to be an object with the properties of this on it. But with the string formatter function modified. The only way I can think to do it is like to get all the properties of this and loop through them and attach them to this new object that we've created with this function here. And so when you call this, it would be the correct one. Is there not another way to do it? Like if you look here, object.create, they're not passing anything in. And even down here, you can create a properties object. An object whose enumerable own properties, that is those defined upon itself, and not enumerable properties. Specify descriptors to be added, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't care. The only way for this here to work is if we return back from any of these, the string formatter function that returns back from the string formatter. That's, like, we need to return this. That's the only way for them to work. Man. Okay, what's defined properties? Yeah, so this is like object.assign. What's different? Is this because they have a this state in it? Whoa, 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 whoa. Something's weird here. Object 1, okay, you're assigning it property 1, but property 1 itself is an object. But it's not. Property 1 is value 42 and then writable. How did they do that? What? That's not, so this can't work. The way I'm doing it, this won't work because I got to return, like, value is this. And writable, like, I don't even know what that is. So you're going to tell me what these are? Configurable? Dude, this is, yeah, I mean, this is okay. I don't, true if and only if the value associated with the property may be changed with an assignment operator. Yeah, oh, I see. Yeah, I don't want it to be, so this is like object.freeze if you set this to false. And a getter and setter. Yeah. Okay. I'm very lost. I mean, this makes sense now. I mean, I already understood the formatting of how you write these. But what I don't understand is how you can call this as a function. So if we're creating an object and it's already newed up, you cannot call it as a function. If it has like a, I thought you can call a class and it calls a constructor somehow, or so it calls a function on a class or an object. Is it get? Is there like a function get that I can write? Just get. I'm gonna put it on here and then be putting in fun. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to return this here. And I'll deal with the rest of this information later. I just want to make sure it doesn't error. 2 return statements. Okay. So I don't want the h1 part. I just want the div part. And I want to be able to see if I call it, do I get back? No. It's not a function. How do I make this a function? The only way I can think to make it a function is to take the prototype of this and set it equal to a function. Like this dot prototype equals function dot prototype. Aha. Well, now this isn't. Now I got something weird back. But I know you can do something like this. I know this is a possibility. I don't know why it's logging it. It shouldn't. These things shouldn't be there. Can I attach, like. Well, first things first. This is probably broken. And it's hard to read. There's not much I can do about it. We're out of window space here. Oh, there's plenty I can do about it. There. Who even cares about that file? Problem solved. I'll worry about the formatting later. Okay. So, I was hoping somebody could like chime in and be like, oh, you just need to do this thing. And it's like, oh, okay, that's what you do. So this isn't going to work. This should be an object. I felt really confident when I was like, oh, people ask me questions and I'll solve them. And I'm asking myself questions, I can't even solve them. I'm getting into the weeds of some ECMAScript stuff that I've never done. No unused vars. I don't care. That's fine. It's erroring still. So you can't do that. There's got to be a way to create an object that when you call it without a new, it does something. It is callable. OwnProperty.call. Because we're not newing this up. Like we've created format as a, and these are like static methods. Do I have to do static? Static won't work because it's not a class. There's a way to do this. There is a way to do this. Just got to figure it out. How do I make my thing a function? Like, how is a function executed as a function? A function is just an object. If you look at the prototype, it should be object, or maybe it's function. But I thought functions are just objects. Yeah, see, no, they're defining a getter for B. Pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, they're defining B and putting a getter on it. Oh, okay, I'm seeing what's going on here. So, can I like create like no property and say the value is I don't know. This is a get function here, and the get function returns this. Can we return like a value? I think it's gonna complain. So instead of returning this, I want to return function. No. What a crazy thing to do. It's like there's some information I'm missing, and I'm not looking it up on purpose. I'm trying to solve it myself. It might be quicker just to look it up because it's late now, and I want to kind of finish this. Oh, man. Yeah, like I don't care about any of this information. I'm just looking at it. It's not giving me the information I want, which is like how you can have a function with certain args on it. So I don't want to create object, I want to create function. Is that a thing? Like function.create? Does this exist? Let's find out. I don't think it does. Yeah, it's not a function. How do you create a function then and give it a special prototype? I can change the prototype of a function, easy, right? We did it earlier with underscore underscore proto. If we do it with prototype, I think the way you do it with prototype is different. Let's do it with prototype, and I'll worry about this stuff later. Okay, because we know this is not what I want. It's this, but we want to create, so we do want the return function. We want the return function to be this for now. Okay, so it's const return function is this, and we want to assign to the prototype of return function the prototype of this, which is not going to work at all. Because this dot prototype is a null object. Doesn't have anything on it. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. It's just not logging them. No, I don't think it has anything. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Okay, so this did execute, but I don't care about the execution now. I care about what's on div. What about h1? Ooh, prototype is undefined. Also undefined. No. I want h1 to be a function. Okay. Well, h1 is returning this right now. We're returning like a more complex thing, but we're not returning this h1 function, which is what I want to return. We did on proto and it worked fine. How do you do this without proto? They're like use object.create, problem solved. It's not solved. It is absolutely not solved. So I can create an object off of this function. And I can give it properties. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do is take everything off of this and then create it as a property. There's no other way to do it. So object.entries, can this work? Can this work? Please tell me. I'll leave the rest the same for now. What? Oh. No, it does not like this at all. Not even a little bit. Can you get the properties of an object? Get properties of object. There's a way it's like you're enumerating the properties. Yeah, get on property names. It's something like this. I think that's what I need, but I want to get the entries. Is there like a special syntax that they added to ES6? Because object.keys, if it is the exact same, that is completely different. Because it was infinite looping here. I don't think it was doing that before. Keys works. Entries doesn't? Why? I thought entries is just keys and values. What if I do values? Does that kill it? Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, fine. I'll do keys. Just fine. You know, the keys are the tag names, though. Technically, if I reveal these, I don't need this at all. I just need to call them on this. Or not call them, but reference them from here. So let's go back to this. I'm going to create an object off of the return function, which is this now. And so I have to create this as, what is this? Next string formatter. This isn't a string formatter anyway. This is a string formatter creator. So this is like a create string formatter. That's really what it is. And then what we're doing is this is not the next string formatter. This is the string formatter. This is a string formatter that we have created off of that function by passing in div. And then we want to create an object off of string formatter that includes every tag on this as a function, and then the create string formatter tag. I could just do dot whatever equals. Like, I can mutate this, but I don't want to mutate it. I mean, I can mutate it with object create, but I don't want to mutate it myself. And so the value would be string formatter. It would be this.create string formatter with, it would be this one. It would just be this. But it needs to be bind this. Or bind this, which I guess doesn't matter. You know, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when we get there. And I need an h1 function on it right now. So just for our testing, I will add an h1. And I want the h1 to be this.h1. Sure hope that works. That's not going to work. This has to be an object with a value. I don't know if we can just pass it in like that, like we just did. Well, first let's do it like this and see if we can get it to work. And then we'll worry about that other one. So we don't want this. None of this. None of that stuff with this and all that crap. We just want to return it. So that means we should be able to call div. And we should be able to get the h1 property off it, which we can. Okay. Tags is still unused. That's fine. And then this should work. Right here. Hello world. With the double wrap. Double wrap. Come on. Come on. Why is this not working? h1 is calling this dot whatever. And this context is from the this here. So we need to like bind string formatter. No? No. Create string formatter. I mean, the h1 works. Why does this not work? Well, let's try this real quick. I want to see if I need that value thing. I prefer not to have to put it in. Okay, I do need it. You need to do something weird like that. Let's look at the what was it called? It was an object create, but it was like object defined properties. Yes. I don't want anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if it's enumerable because I want to be able to debug. But I think we need the value. And there's like a get and set. This really confuses me. It's a getter for the property. Okay, so it would be a getter function for this. If you go to this, so instead of a value, it could be a getter function for h1. It then calls this, but it's calling this dot whatever. I want this on the string formatter. Like I want it to call the string formatter for h1. So when it says this dot create string formatter, I want it to create this one with that value. What is this? Oh. No, that's return function. Oh. Okay. Like that. Are you kidding me? I know it's not defined. It's defined right here. String formatter doesn't have this crap on it. I want to bind it to this. Do I have to first create it and then like call this on it? That's what I wonder now. If I have to do that. And I don't know if this gets mutated when we do object create or it returns a value. Does it return anything? Return a new object with a specified prototype, object, and properties. And this one, does it have a return value? The object that was passed in. Okay, so this one mutates. Which makes me wonder if I could just do this. Once we've created it, so it says it doesn't exist here, right? Because we haven't created it. But once we have created it, will it let me do that now? To bind it to this? What's the issue? Oh. Man, it's getting late. Definitely have to finish this tonight. No if and ors buts about it, right? It works. Okay. This sucks. This is like the worst. So basically we're creating an object with this, but we have to create the object for this to be bound to this. No, it's not working. It's not working. I mean, it is binding to this, which should have that on it. Let me see. Is this like something where it can tell me what it is? No. Undefined. Undefined. Function. This is a function. Yes. Not defined. Not defined. I don't understand how to pass these properties in here. So this says object define properties, right? Which is what we did up here in the object create. All I want to do is make it so when it calls this dot create string formatter, the function that it has that was here is now a different function to call. It will call this function. Let's see. Right now we're giving it the string formatter, which is going to cause it to error because it's going to pass h1 in, and then we're going to pass in a string. So that, I mean, that's not going to work at all. But I still want to make sure we get this to be a value. I want to wrap the create string formatter function on the output so that, see, the problem is this thing. I want this to be wrapped in another one. So it's like this, you call that, and then you call this like that. So the first one would be div. And when you call the function of div, it passes this into it from h1. That's what I want. So I need to wrap this value in it. There's got to be another way to do it where you don't have to define it this way. But let's, for now, try to do it that way. So I was trying to modify what this create string format function would do, so when h1 called it, it was pre-wrapped. Which is maybe like the final solution, but right now I don't know what that is going to be. So what I need to do is essentially the value of h1 is going to be this function. Let's see. The value of h1 is going to be this function calling this dot h1 with the value passed in, and we don't have a value here. We're going to have to do like that. That's what it's going to do when you get the h1 property. Why do we have like an extra object here? That is a good question. Okay, so it works, right? This works, but it is not the solution I want. But I still want this to do the exact same thing. I basically want to chain these. So this cannot change what it does. I just have to wrap them in each other. If you call this, I can call this myself. But I want to wrap it. How do I do that? How do I say when h1 calls this dot create string formatter, it calls my this dot create string formatter blah 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 blah. Because we're calling this dot h1 here. And if we bind it to a this, then I thought it would bind it to whatever, like this, when this runs, this part. No, we're binding this one. We would need to do, no. This would bind it to a different this. And so then when it gets called, and it looks for this, the this it's looking for would be the one that we modified this function. I don't know. So let's go ahead and create this real quick again, just one more time. The value of it is a function that takes the string formatter and then calls this whatever. So it's a function that will call this, and that will wrap it in this dot create string formatter for any given value. This is the what do you call it? The element, HTML element name. So we're kind of doubling up on logic here. String formatter. Yeah, I mean, this is what we want. I just feel like we're doubling up. There's no reason to do this way. And this returns a function that takes a value here. How do you do this? Why am I doing this wrong? Am I supposed to like pass this? Why can't I think? Oh no, I've like lost ability to reason about how this code is working. And I don't understand it anymore. And just because I'm confused about this getter setter thing and this object create and how all this stuff works with the prototype and the this and all that stuff. Like, it makes sense when you're doing something custom like this. It makes sense you have to worry about this. I just don't understand enough off the top of my head without looking it up. I'm going to have to spend time looking it up, and I don't want to. This is supposed to be a challenge where I do it tonight. Who would have known, like me going to this website here, that there would be something like ridiculously hard. This is only 5Q. Dude, this is really hard. And maybe if I knew the solution, it would be 10 times as easy. But I basically need to return, the problem we're having, that I've been having, is that when we return this function, that's great. But we also need to return this. So all the properties of this have to be on this this function. I could do that really easily by mutating it, but I don't want to mutate it. I would like to do it correctly with something like this. I also need to make sure that when this gets called on the next one, it's wrapped like this. But I don't want to double up on logic. I want to basically just give it this function, and then when this gets called, it has like access to this or something. So like it would wrap itself in this. There's some other ways I can do it with state. And I could basically say this dot string formatter equals a function that returns a value. That's all it does. And then I can mutate this dot string formatter so that when this calls it, it will always be wrapped in this dot string formatter. All of them will be wrapped in it. And so if I mutate this dot string formatter, then as you keep going, it'll always have the latest value. That's just really confusing to read. And it's probably the easiest way I can do it than having to do this everywhere. But this is more explicit. It's basically saying when we create a new object here, we're creating all the properties of this onto these object properties, and we are wrapping those in a function that returns the value, blah, blah, blah. I almost feel like this is simpler, though. Because you're thinking right now that I have to define this a bunch. I don't have to define this a bunch. I can create these getters dynamically with object-defined properties, actually. I think this is the one, or somewhere else. Let me make sure. So object.create. Well, so these properties can be put, these getters can be put on dynamically. You can like define values and then have them put in there, but to loop them, you need to be able to do, I thought it was define properties. Okay, let's take a look at this real quick. I thought there was something where you call define properties, you pass a B in it. Maybe it's something else that we've looked at. It was something with the letter B. It had an O and then a letter B, like this. O, and then there was a letter B somewhere, and well, let's find it. Man, I'm getting tired. This is getting tough. No, this is also broken. Okay. It's weird because we can solve it with object.proto with the underscores, but that's not going to get us exactly what we want. What a tough problem. And it shouldn't be tough, right? This is like makes it look like it's easy. What does this mean? How many? 81% of people do it? Oh, give it a positive rating. They have to complete it to rate it? Dude, I am like not understanding something I should know. Well, if I looked up the information, I probably could do it. Let's see. Create function with object properties. And I could just mutate it, right? Is there a problem with mutating it? They won't have the right this context, but I could bind every single one. And technically they're going to have to be bound anyway because I'm going to have to call them myself. This is not what I want. I feel like this is very basic stuff, and none of it's what I want. Oh, man. Is this where you get the B thing and the O? Yeah. It looks like... No, this is not it. There's an O. Where's that magic function I saw? It took B as a string. I was like define property or something. I heard something. Like somebody messaged. But I don't see any. Huh. Yeah, see, I heard it again. Does it come from Facebook? But it's not showing up in my chat. Over here. Let's check. Yeah, see, I heard it again. I'm listening to myself. I'm not seeing any comments. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. Define properties. Oh, here it is. Hey, here it is. Okay. So it's what we're doing. Let's do this. We can create a new object and we can create the properties list and then we can add it onto it. Because we can loop, we can do object.keys. Like I was saying though, we don't have to do object.keys because we know the properties we care of this. It's these tags. So it would be the tags here. And we'd be tags, and we loop through every single one, and we would reduce them into an object that is in the format that we care about. I feel like I'm working against myself tonight too. Like I'm trying to finish this challenge that I created for myself, and I'm getting sleepy, and it's becoming harder and harder to solve the problem. It's even more challenging as the night goes on. So combined, and this is our value, or in this case a tag. I would rename these, not tags. It's HTML tag names. Yeah, that's making more sense. So this is the HTML tag name, and these are the functions. Getter functions. Okay. I want to know if this will work. I really do. Okay. So. This is not highlighting. Do I need a value here? No. Well, we'll find out if it works. So this is a HTML tag name would be the getter function name. And then in the getter function, it would be each one would be wrapped in a string formatter that calls this dot create string formatter with the HTML tag name. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I just wanted to avoid this the whole time, but I guess I have to do this. I think that's it right there. Reduce, get this, That'll create a new object, which each of these is getter functions, which is what we want. But whoa, okay, we can't do that. We have to define them like this, like we're doing here. So we have to give it a value. This is the value part. I don't know if I can. I mean, we'll find out, I guess, if this is going to make any sense. Value would be this. No, this is fine. And then there's a getter on it, a get function. So if you call the get, then it executes it. I mean, why do we even care? Because we do want to call this again. We want to call this thing again if you hit the getter. Almost feel like this needs to be moved, like up here. And this reduces into what's called format. Because this needs to call this as a function again? Does this need to be a function? Oh man, wild. We do need a getter though. And the functions that they're defining, they're doing it like this. Because you should have access to the right this. I'm not using TypeScript. Oh. Still not using TypeScript. Okay. Return this. So we're back to the same problem here. Is I don't want to return this. I want to return a function, which is a string formatter, with this as the properties. So I'd want to return string formatter that has been formatted with this. So we don't even have string formatter at this point. I don't think this is going to work the way we expect. Maybe I'll move it back down for now and we'll fix it later. So we created string formatter here. Our return function is, this will be a function, I guess. And the properties will be of what we're doing. Okay, I forgot, but now I remember. So get rid of all this. It is string formatter. And these are the properties. Let's put this as a second arg like that so I can tell it's the second arg. HTML tag names, reduce, getter functions. Each one will also have a get on it because we still need to be able to chain them. And I think for the get, we can call this dot and then the tag name. And that will get us the getter function that does all this stuff. So if you call it, you get this. Otherwise, you have the getter function that gets executed. And it calls this. It's not calling it. It's returning back the tag name on this, which that calls this function, but it doesn't call the wrapped version of it. Do we want to do that ourselves? Do we even need a value piece if we've got the getter on it? Because getters return stuff. What if we returned a function here on the get? No. No. I'm going to... Oh, man. I want get to return this. But I also want to return to this, which is what we're doing here. Wow, this is like insane. What am I doing wrong? Well, let's figure out what happens here. You gonna die on me? Invalid property descriptor. Cannot both specify accessors and a value or write attribute. Okay, so you can't have a getter and a value. That makes sense. I mean, I'm going to have to fix this in a second. Okay, yeah, it's still broken. Why? Is it like infinite looping somehow? So we're returning the thing that it would have already been. But we want to return the thing it's already been, but with like a wrapped piece to it. Like just like we did earlier. So I don't know if we want value though. Like whatever it would have done here, we're going to wrap it in string whatever. And we're going to take a value and the value. So I don't know what the value would be. So we would just return this. That doesn't make sense though, because that returns string formatter. I almost need it like this, that we call their function and pass our function in. and return our function back. And it takes a value. Like, I'm lost. Maybe we should try to generate this object out here, but I just want to create it in, like, we got it working once. We got it working in one specific use case, but it's not every use case. We can generate all these get functions for sure. And each get function will return. Okay, let's try something different. Let's go back to basics here. Let's create our format function. Okay, so format is going to be equal to this. It's equal to an object, which I really don't care what it is, right? And then we're going to define properties on that object. And the properties will be a bunch of getters and all this stuff. And then we will also have a function on the... This doesn't even work. Does this work? No, I don't think. You have to call it .get. That's all that is. Okay. This, I want on there, 100%. Everything else is up in the air, but I definitely want this on the object. So the initial object that it gets will have this on it, okay? Why do we even do it here? Why don't we just say the object is right here? Do we need to create this first? Or this is going to say object. Starter object, initial object. Oh no. Let's do that, get that out of the way. These are our object properties. We can actually move this out. So it's up here. Format properties, yeah. Okay, so when we're running through this, they'll all be getters. All but this one that we defined on the initial object. So then each getter function will call, when it executes, it will return something, and it will return this. Just like we did before. This dot whatever, and then the initial value that we give to it will be the HTML tag name. And we have a new format object, and we can try it out now. I just want to try that. Undefined. 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 What is in format? Huh. Maybe object.create this? Maybe that would work. Yeah. Good. That's what I expected to have nothing because they're all on the prototype, so it doesn't reveal them to us. So that's how that should work. Undefined. Div is undefined. Is it? No. It is undefined. Okay. So we're trying to replicate what we had before, and we can't even do that. We're saying it's a getter function. Let's see how they did it in their example. So when you're doing define properties, you give it an object. In our case, the object is the initial object. We're defining a property on it. We call the HTML tag name. We're defining an object for the HTML tag name with a get, and it is a function that returns a value. And on this, in this case, it's saying that that value is undefined. So we created div is in here, right? Yeah, div. We are looping through each one. I wonder if it even did this. I wonder if this even exists. We need a log to make sure we're even in here. I mean, we should be, but something could be going wrong. Yeah, we were definitely in here. but div doesn't exist, h1 exists. There we go. Okay, that's fixed. Cool. So now we can do format.div, and we can do, it's a function, but it is not a function with properties, right? Yeah. So now we need to add properties to the function. So this is a function that we have created. So this is going to be called a string formatter. This is like very familiar to what we were just doing. And when we return, I want to return that execution again. And I don't want to do it infinite. I don't want to like keep doing it, but I mean, that's the only way I can think to do it, is where you do it like that. And we could modify this. Instead of const, we could do this. I mean, why not, right? Because the instance of it, I don't know. I'm curious. If we call it twice, is it going to be all messed up? That's a very good question. So we can put a string formatter function on it. So we have a create, right? But we could put a string formatter. And the string formatter function could literally just be, I don't have this context here. This one doesn't need it either, technically. It can get an input and just output the input. So we get a value and we output it. There. So that's the default behavior. So now we can always do this and then wrap it in that. In our get function. So we don't even have to do this part where we're doing string formatter equals that. We would do this dot string formatter equals, can I do it after I return it? No. So I need to return a function. We need to create the function first. This is the function we're normally returning. Okay, we're back to almost where we started. Okay. So we create the return function. We update this string formatter to be our return function. And then I want to return an object with all of this stuff on it. But this is not a function to create it. If this was a function to create these, I could do this. Pretty easy. I don't want to call the string formatter either. I want to return it. But I also want to be able to call .h1. There's some way in JavaScript to assign properties to an object. And I can do that with a loop. But we're already doing that. And I don't want to do it again. We're doing it here. We're creating an initial object. And we're creating this format properties thing that I probably need to call over and over again to make it work. So basically we get this return function. And you would assign properties to the return function by calling this, if this was a function, to recreate those properties the same way we created them in the first place. Okay. So create format, create properties. Let's just call it that. Very generic. But we're calling initial object. So we just create, bam, create properties. This is now a function. It takes no args. Technically we could pass this in, but they're right there. I don't care. Create properties. Okay. Object.create, and it's the initial object. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see. We have to make it, we have to return this essentially, and then we call create properties. I don't think this is going to work because initial object needs to be modified. We need to modify the string formatter on it. But we'll figure it out. So we have a return function. We want the initial object to be the return function now, with those properties on it. We want it to be a return function with these initial properties on it. I wonder if there's another way to do this. We would have to put it down here. But I want to override this value. Okay. What if that was the object we started with? So that's in the getter functions. It's not technically getter functions at that point because it has extra stuff in it. This could return an object, and this could ... out. Object.create, return function. If we do initial function here, or initial object, that, If we put that here, it is not going to return us what we expect because we want to return an object, yeah, with those properties on it, these properties, but these properties need to be more. There needs to be more here. These properties need to have a custom. So this makes it a function now. Format itself is not a function. That's why we can do that. This is a function. And this function does not have all of the properties of this. But I wonder if I could just... Like, it'd be cool if I could just ... this like that. I don't think this will work. Can I do that? I mean, it didn't work earlier. It's like not do anything crazy. I want to return this. It won't wrap them at the moment, but I want to just see if it'll work. It does not. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. That did not error. But it didn't work. It didn't work. We are logging H1? Yeah. H1 should be a function. So then we have to run this again, which is what I was expecting to do. We can ... that out. I just don't know if it's going to have the syntax on it if we do that. If we ... it like this. I almost feel like we need to call the object define properties or whatever. Well, let's like do something weird here too. So each one will have a string formatter, right? And when we return from here, we can return the return function wrapped in a string formatter. We don't want to do that. We want to update this create string formatter object function. So it does take the element name, but when it returns, it's like wrapped in the string formatter. Okay. It's wrapped in this .string formatter. And then we can update string formatter to have more stuff, to be more functions. I'm pretty sure this is the solution that I'm going to come up with here. I don't know if it's the solution. There's so many people that have solved this. I cannot imagine they've had this much trouble. Okay, the value of string formatter at this point in time is going to be equal to it needs to take a value and return a value. But in this case, it needs to take a value. Yes. Take a value and return this value. So when we call this function, does it need a return function? Oh no, I'm so confused. What? I want to wrap it in something. I want it to be this. And when I call it, it wraps it. Something is wrong here though. Because I need to call it here and I don't know. Something is wrong here. We're like double wrapping it. Because we're doing this and that's our function. If you call it, it does this. If you call this, it wraps it in a string. Oh, whatever. Let's try it. No, H1 is not a function. Okay, so the way to fix that is this. And we do object.define properties or something like that, like we saw here. Oh my goodness. Yes. Object.define, where are you? Define properties. So we're going to do this. And we're going to mutate our return function so that you can call it, but it now has more properties, and the property is going to be this. I did want that comma. Okay, let's try it. And I don't want that. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, we need a return function. Maybe that's why it's not working. Maybe we didn't need to do all that stuff we just did. Undefined. Really? No, no way. We created this function and we added properties to it. This should have properties on it now. HTML tag name get, we give it a function, as of this context, we run all this code. What are these? Can I output them somewhere? Yes. That would be correct. Oh. No. Yeah, we don't have to do the value thing. We do the get. That's how it works. And it creates them on the object, which is return function. Okay, well, let's log return function and see what it has on it. Maybe it's like not created correct. It should be just an object. Can we dot proto and cheat? Undefined. Okay. Weird. Very weird. Very weird. Okay. Return function does not have any properties on it. Even though we created those properties in the exact same way we created here, this doesn't mutate the object. Oh gosh. What a dummy. What a dummy. Right. Well, this should make h1 have a value for now. Let's do that. Yes. Create string formatter is not a function because we don't have them bound to this. Each one of these getters has its own this. No, the this is the this of the parent object, which is that? No, it's the object we create with it. They should all be bound. When you do this, they should be bound to the correct this. Otherwise, it wouldn't work when we did it down here. Is it a function? That is a function. It does not output what I expect. Interesting. Okay, let's start with this example. So this returns us a function. Div, I mean. Div returns us a function, and our function has none of the original properties on it. We do need these properties on our function. Okay, so I wonder, we're going to go back to this and hope it works. But I don't have any real understanding if this is going to work. Initial object, so we can take those properties as well. See if that works. Now it's not a function. What? What do you mean it's not a function? We just created it. Is it undefined? No, it is a function. It is a function. I don't know if you can do this. This is the return function that we have. And I think we're going to have to do some weird stuff. Let's name the string formatter. Okay, and then I'm going to create the object off of the string formatter that's called return function, and we'll return that. I see I missed the equal sign. Okay. And we'll figure this piece out later. Let's see if that works. Number one. Returns a function. Yes. And if you call it, it breaks. Because like, no, you're not really a function. You just say you're a function, but you're not. Yeah, okay. So then what we need to do is do the create properties again. And we're going to do this define properties thing. And that will mutate our object, which I really, really don't want to do. And I will add on the initial object onto it because it doesn't have it right now. The return function was not created. It's a function that's a return value of something, but that return value is another function, which doesn't have anything on it. Otherwise, we'd probably have to go through this too. No, we could make it return it with this on it. We could do an object.create on the function we return that adds the formatter function, and does this. That's if you call it as a function. If you don't call it as a function, it will hit this getter, and we also need to have a function that it returns. So I'd just rather do it here. Okay. So now we should have that function on us. Still not a function. Blue. Create properties. Yeah. Return function in actual object. So if I get rid of this, it works. It's not a function. What? If we do .div, it is a function. Whatever we return here should be a function. The return function is a function. It is nothing but a function. Yes. Is that not how this works? Am I that tired? It's lowercase. True. It is an instance of function, but it is not a function. Okay, I want to make sure you guys understand this. The div function is a function, but not a function. So it is an instance of function, but it itself is not a function. Do I have to do something weird? Is this what I have to do again? No. Is it like stupid? No. Why? What? Okay, what happens if I return string formatter? Is it a function? This string formatter is not a function. So it does call this. Yeah. This does work. We don't have it this context at this point, so that wasn't going to work. Somebody could have pointed that out, but that would have been nice. I'll figure out this part later. So string formatter works, but return function does not. I wonder at what point it breaks. Is it here? So we're taking a function, we're adding these properties to it. That's all we're doing. Now it works. No, that's not right. That's right. What if we don't create an object? Okay, what if we just mutate? I feel like there's absolutely no reason to do it because we can't mutate. Come on, can I do this? Not that. .proto, can I just cheat it with deprecated stuff? This is not an alternative that works. It said you can have a getter and a function, a value. It says you can't have a getter and a value at the same time, which makes sense because the value would it's an either or kind of thing. I don't think you can have a value for a getter. Now I'm really confused. Because I thought it errored earlier when we did that. So if we go from here and we have a, okay, it returns fun. That is a value. If we say get a unexpected identifier, a has to be a function. Okay. So let's make a function. Get a, return yo, t dot a, yo, t dot a, type error is not a function. I think that's what we're running into right now. Something like this. So we're assigning a value to the, this is a get function. This is a get function. We're saying it returns another object with that looks just like this one. What if it returns? I can't return this because then you can't call it. It's all of this is dependent on one thing that I'm messing up, and I don't know what it is. Okay, div would not be a function if we do this. Yeah, we could do this, but you can't do the div part. Okay, that worked. We got an object back for this. H1 should also be a function, but it is not. Okay, so if we do return function, it will, yes. Yes. This dot create string formatter is not a function. Okay. Uh-huh. Do I need to bind it to this? Does that even work? No. It's saying this dot whatever. Can I do something simple like this? And basically bind must be called on a function. That is a function. It was at some point a function. Okay, let's try something else. Is it this simple? No. No, it's not that simple. What does this do? It says that any functions in here. So I still need to define the properties, but then I can do this. I just don't know a way to do it. You have to loop through every property like we're already doing though. It's the exact same thing we're doing. And add them onto it. Like a for each. If it's just a for each, maybe I could do it. Okay. So HTML tag names. It's like redundant. For each HTML tag name, which is now we've got a double. We're in it and we're doing it. We have two HTML tag name references. Normally this wouldn't be accepted, but my rules aren't calling me out on it. Dot HTML tag name. Can I like do that? Is that gonna work? I feel like this is going to be a problem. This is gonna get called a lot too. I'm really curious if it works. No. No, still doesn't work. There's literally one thing I'm missing, and I can't find out what it is. I need to know more about this get. Okay, how about this? Yeah. Come on, object getters. Yeah, back here. Okay, this is the article we were in, where we were seeing the B thing, I think. Yeah, here it is. Oh, now I found it. Defining a getter on an existing object that use define property. Okay, we did this. That's what we're doing here. This is returning this dot a plus 1. I actually want to return this. But if you're calling it, I want to return the function instead. Smart self-overriding lazy getters. What? We define a property. They do not calculate the property's value until it's accessed. Yeah. A getter defers the cost of calculating the value until the value is needed. It is never needed. You never pay the cost. Well, that's how anything works. Like it's a function. An additional optimization technique to lazify or delay is to cache it. Okay, this is not what we care about right now. I don't care about deleting. Defining a getter on new objects. Okay, we do want this. Oh, no, we already did this. we're going to do it on existing objects. They're saying use define property. So instead of creating a new object with it, they're basically saying instead of doing this, what you should do is we have an object now, and we should do define properties like this on our string formatter. I feel like this is going to break everything because this hasn't worked so far. Okay, and then I want to do another one where we define the create properties. Still undefined. We can log this. Interesting. Interesting. This dot create string formatter is not a function. At this point in time, we have not bound this. Is that what breaks it? Is the bind this? Because we need to. Okay, I've got an idea. I think it needs to be bound because of the way we wrote this. I don't know why it's formatted this way. I thought we fixed this already, but because this doesn't need a this value. But our string formatter comes back without one. I wonder where it's erroring now. Is it erroring here or is it erroring down here? So do we just do... Because this is weird, it's calling it. It's breaking here. It's breaking right here. This is the problem. Okay, hang on. It's saying that create whatever formatter, whatever. Okay, so the first logs twice for some reason. The first time it runs, this is an object, okay? And then this dot create string formatter is a function, yeah. And then the next time it runs, this is a function, which is our string formatter, and this dot create string formatter is undefined, even though we added it here. No, we did not add it. We did not add it. We have to add it. Which is what I was doing here. Okay, so it's create string format. We haven't added it yet. It's whatever that was on the initial object. It's that. Because it's not part of our loop here. And so it wouldn't be a part of create properties, but we do need to add it as a return property. What's a better way to do this? Because I'm not aware this exists. If our loop includes that as part of the object, then as part of getters, it would exist. So I wonder if I even want to put it here. Let me think. This returns getter functions. That goes on the object. When you do create properties, it would have it on there. Okay, we'll just put it here, fine. This is the thing I didn't want to do originally. So it's create string formatter. No. Though, then it's gonna, we don't need this. Okay, I'll fix it. The initial object is just gonna be an object. Yeah. And then initial object is initial properties. And we're going to take those properties and we are going to put them in here. Okay. And this is going to return a value prop. That is this function. Okay, I should put that comma in there. Yeah. Okay, infinite loop. We're getting somewhere. They said that the getters were lazy. That it doesn't execute this function until you've added it. Are we doing something here weird? So we're calling this in itself. And we're logging this here, but I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just logging it. I wonder if that's a problem. There, yeah, that was the issue, is to bind this. So We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I am not doing the code correctly. So the problem is that I have these initial properties here. I thought I was being smart. We could still do it, but the thing is, like, when it calls create properties here, and it will generate all these, I actually need to be a little bit smarter about when it creates the create string formatter function, because I need to wrap the output of it. So basically, create string formatter creates a function that returns a function, and the returned function needs to be wrapped in my stuff. So it has the HTML element name. That's what it gets called with, and then this function that gets returned out needs to be wrapped in the previous ones. So if they call it, it calls this string formatter. I want them to call a string formatter that's been wrapped. Oh, I'm so lost now. It's so weird because I'm like very, very close. Very, very close. I'm pretty sure it has to do with his initial properties here. Me trying to cheat and put them up here. Don't think I can do that. The idea of having like the this.string formatter might still be valid, because if I do that, what a tough problem for me. And apparently not 81% of the other people that have seen this. 81% of 8. Of 8. 8 people have solved this. 8 people have solved this. Okay, and 81% gave it a positive rating. So that means like one dude was like, I hate this. This is the worst. And he solved it. Oh, it's been solved 10 times. Okay, so 2 people didn't even vote. Ten people were able to solve this for only that little bit? I don't think this is very much. The other one I did, I think, gave me 7. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm not going to judge. How did somebody know to do this? They've probably seen it before, done it before. Or maybe they read this documentation in full and understood it. Or they've done this in a different language. So I don't understand it. I'm barely getting to the point that I'm at now. The hard part for me is figuring out how I can get this function to wrap the others. That should have been the difficult part of this in the first place. Not like building it all out like this and trying to figure out how this get function works and stuff, which is honestly where we've been. We did the get function, we did it really quick, but we didn't know how to like return both an object and a function initially, which we do now. We're just doing this. We're mutating it, which I guess is fine. Definitely don't want to mutate in the future, but do what you do. Format itself is not a function, but every single thing it calls is a function. It will return a function. Let's go back to hello world. So we just get a little bit of coding goodness here. I want to know what? I want to know how this function on the string formatter object that gets returned back, which is part of this initial properties actually. So it's actually at this level. So when we call this and initial properties get set, I want this to do something different. Let's think through this. Our function is calling this dot whatever. What if it calls How do we wrap the output of this? Let's again look at what this would look like, right? So the first pass, this is like how React is doing stuff. Div, right? And then that doesn't take a second arg. It returns a function, and then that function would take this and pass in h1, and then that function would take a value. That's the problem. That's the problem here. What needs to happen is that like this returns a function and this accepts a function and then calls it and then returns, and then that one returns a value that takes value. That's how we're supposed to do it, but we're wrapping them like this to get the output. So we need our div, which comes first, and then our h1 that comes next, and then this. And that's the problem I'm having, is I can't like wrap my head around this. If if each one returned a curry function, which they are returning a curry function, that makes it easier. But what I would expect to do is like this h1, we call it and give it this part and put it in there, here like this. But we can't because it's a compose and not a pipe. I think. Yeah, composes go backwards. So we want to compose it. Can we like store these somewhere and then we loop through them here and execute each one in order in a reduce function? So that's one way to do it, is with a reduce function. We could store them somewhere and then execute like that. But I don't want to. I think there's another way to do it. And everything I haven't wanted to do so far, I'd had to do. So that says anything about how good I am at this. Create string formatter. So let's say we do it the compose way, right? It would have to be an h1 that it is a function that returns a function that returns this, which is what we have, literally. Let's think this through. So if we want these to be separate functions like that, this is essentially what this is. They're just functions like this. I don't want to call them this way though. I want to call it where h1 does not take a value. It itself takes a div function. Okay. h1 takes a div function. That's how it works. And will return a function that takes a value. Okay. Div is a function that takes a function, and in this case does not have any. So maybe we do something like this, where h1 would call the div function that we passed in and wrap it with the value. So that would look like this. It will actually return. Yeah, I mean, we just do this real quick. It would do this. And each one would do this up the chain. So instead of create string formatter, what we want is still the same thing. But instead of creating a function, we need to pass in a function that takes a value and executes. Okay, that looks very similar to this right here. So we pass the div in, and then that gives us this. That is now our function. So when h1 gets called, okay, in this case, h1 gets called, we pass it an HTML element name, and the HTML element name is the entire like thing. It's the function. It's this function with the div wrapped around it. That doesn't help us. Does that make sense? Whoever's watching at this point, as I know it's late in my time zone. I like the idea of using an array and just pushing them into an array and then executing them in order with a reduce function. It does prevent, I think, the issue of Stack Overflows, pretty sure. I don't know for sure. I said I'm pretty sure, but now I don't. I don't know. It's just like, yesterday I felt like really, really good at this. I felt like I had figured out how to get a good thing going, and I could do the stream. It'd be great. Today I feel like I'm totally lost because I got out of my element. The first thing I did was pretty good, but this is even yesterday I had something out of my element, but this is like really, really hard because I don't know something. It's something I don't know in JavaScript, and I have no clue how to do it. And I'm really confused and tired, and it's just like not thinking straight. So I want that. It returns a function that takes a value. Yes. And when that function executes, we execute a function that we got instead of adding this. But we do want this part too. So we need to execute a function we got, like this, around it. Does that make sense? Very React in that terminology. So does this technically take two things? Is that how I should do it? So your function that it returns children is a function that was already called with this, and it returns and it takes a value. And this will render HTML as well. But if it's an H1 here, children actually has to wrap the whole thing in the case that we're using it. So then this whole thing gets wrapped in that. Okay. I don't know if I want to call it children, but it's not really children at this point. It's like parent. Wrapper HTML wrapper. And then this by default would have no value, so it would be value to value. Okay. Wow. I don't want to call this value though. Well, it's a function that takes a value and returns a value. I guess that's fine. It's fine, value. I just feel like this is really confusing because this says value, that says value, that says value. It might not be clear. I think I like this better. So when you pass it in, you got to pass the previous one in and the current one. Okay. Okay. Or we pass the element in and then we pass the value. Blah, 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 blah. Like this. Is that what we want? We are going to find out. So we call this, and that's our string formatter, right? But it's not. It is not. We want to call it again. And we want to pass in the previous string formatter, which doesn't exist. The first time through, it doesn't exist. The second time, it will. So we need to create like the first one. How do we create the first one? I mean, I don't want to like put value to value. Initial properties. Create string format. I mean, we could just give it 2 args. Why are we doing this? Okay. That name is better, but I'm still not sold on our execution here. Oh, wrong key. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna give it two things. Formatter and this. And in fact, at this point, I want them named, so I'm going to take an object. And this is a function, like right now it's just this, right? If we have this, I want to pass it in, otherwise I want to pass in undefined. And how do we know if we have this? That's the big question right now. When we call create properties, I need to give that in. Oh my goodness, is that it? Is that freaking it? Like this whole time? That was the problem. And so actually, this is where you default it. This does not need a default value because it expects one. It has to have one. We default it here. Did I do this right? No. And then we just pass it through. And so the next time it comes through, we need to define what this is. In here. Ooh. I don't know if that's what I want. Did I say prototype? Proto. Is this the proto? If so, it's our cheap way around it. Let's see. It's not a prototype though. It's a properties. It's this. So it says create properties. We should name it properties. I mean, it would make sense, right? And this is our string formatter that we're returning with these properties on it. Which it says create properties is like so generic. What properties? Create formatter. Right? Because we're taking a format HTML string as an argument. Create formatter properties. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now we give this is the function we want, is our current function that got. I want to pass it in there. Is this? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work. I just want to try it. I'm like so into trial and error at this point. Yeah, undefined. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. HTML tag name. Why is it undefined? I mean, HTML element name. HTML tag name. What if I changed that? No way. Okay, well, we're going to tweak this some because I do not like the output at all. This output sucks. It should just concat into one line, really. I don't care, right? That's what their example says. And so we can do whatever their example wants by just concating our strings this way. Yes. Okay. Now I want to just copy paste this. I can't believe we did it. This is I feel so much better than I did before. Why are tags defined on format? Who thought that was a good idea? Let's think. Why would they define tags on format? Because you can do this.tags? But we're like generating what format is. We're creating it from scratch. A little differently. Something that's reusable that we can call itself with itself. I mean, I could define them here. I don't want this.tags. I mean, I'm not going to call something to create itself. Yeah. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do what they want. So, I'm just going to define these tags, p and span, in that order. Actually, I will alphabetize. It is that order. Okay. Expected foo got foo bar. To equal foo bar. That's interesting. So there was something I wanted to check before. Is that the way we're doing it, that we can get Hello World 2, that this is not going to format the way the other one did? I don't think we have to worry about it. Yeah, I mean, this is working. Can we do weird stuff? Yes. Can we do... paragraphs can't have H1. But a paragraph can have a span. Okay, what is causing it to fail? So, should wrap input with the correct element, right? Test passed. What is the test? What is, okay. Format div works. Format div h1 works. Format div foo bar. Well, I gotta take multiple args? Where's our function? Where's... Okay. I have to copy it again. I'm not working in their editor. Not again. I learned that yesterday. Test. Okay. Rest parameter must be less formal. Can't have a comma after it. Okay, I'll use their editor. Fine. They win. They got me. Yay! Okay, I did it. Wow. This should not have taken this long. This 10 is probably going to be enormous if anybody watches this video. Okay. Yes. Woo. That was insanely hard. And I wonder how these other 10 people did it. I have an account with these people. If they have other solutions, I should be able to look at it. Yeah, I will submit my solution. It was that good. Yeah, I'm very satisfied with the kata. It's just hard as hell. Or heck. Sorry. Okay, so we have it in its own file. Okay, what about the other thing that I did the other day? There's one out, like sitting out here. There should be a file or something. There's no mono cache. There's no build directory. We don't have anything for RxJS. I thought there was something that I did yesterday that I just popped in here. Was it this? Huh. Yeah, it was the cut I did initially. I put it somewhere so that people can get access to it. And we don't have a source directory for this. Oh, I was going to start running them in the browser instead of Node. I might leave that there for now. No, I'm not. This is going to be our node only project. Okay, so I honestly can't find the thing that I created yesterday that was one of these, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal right now. I can do that on my own time. Like, you guys don't need to be here. I'm just getting lost. Completely lost. On beta kata? Okay, well, I don't care right now. Let's look at what other people did. Yeah, stop. Oh my god, I just want to read this. Please, dude. Who does this online? Seriously. Fine. Okay, let's see what his is. Best practice. Can I vote for my own? Oh yeah, this is ours, guys. This is ours. Check it out. Clever. It is very. It's not clever. No, it's best practices. Yes, ours is the best. Hey, look, somebody did something similar. Okay, let's go through these. Let's go through these. I'm very curious. Time is it? Yeah, I can do 15 minutes. All right. They used a get function. Yes, proxy. I forgot about proxies. Is that what I was talking about? Remember I was talking about... Okay, nobody's been here since probably the beginning of the stream, but at the... But I was telling you at the beginning that on a dot, you can execute custom functionality. Remember I said you split on a dot and you'd be able to like do whatever you want? That's the thing I wanted, was proxy. It wasn't get. It was proxy, maybe with a get function. No way. Okay, tomorrow I'm doing this correctly, or the next day I stream at least. Come on, give me the example. Handler is a function that gets executed as a get. Oh my god. This is exactly what I wanted. Yes. Yes. Can you do... Where's, .p.a.b? Oh my god, am I going to have to do this tonight? There's no way. There's no way. I'm not going to do it tonight. It's late. You give it a function. I don't know why you give it a function. Why do you give it a function? What is target? It's an object? Why did he give it a function? What is func? Func is S to S. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Okay, S to S. Right here. Right here. Format HTML string. Okay. Let's just get that out of the way. Because I'm assuming his format provider is calling format provider. Yes. Okay. I don't know what the heck F is. I'm gonna put clever. This is clever, but it's also functional. It's not a best practice and it's not clever. There's nothing clever about this. It's the way you should do it, is with proxy. I was dumb and didn't do it with proxy. Compare with my solution. It's going to look ridiculous. It's not going to match at all. Mine was... Let's look at this dude. This dude down here, he had a bunch of stuff. Look at this. He had a bunch of stuff. He made format a function, which is... It's not. Okay? So format is not a function. It's supposed to be an object with properties. So he did not answer the question correctly based on that. But let's see what... Okay. No. Format is not a function. It's the value of a function. I was wrong. So he gives it tags. He gives it the object. Hey, check it out. He gives it the object. He gives it the tags. I mean, technically that's what this is. Okay. Left and right. What is all this stuff? Slice reverse. What are you doing? Oh, I see what he's doing. He's doubling up on the logic. So instead of calling a function that calls a function that calls a function like I'm doing, it's a very functional way. Mine is... This is very functional. What he's doing is he's like getting a list of them, which is one of the ideas I had. You'd get a list of them and then you'd push them in. He's unshifting these at the... This unshift just pops things in the back, push things in the front. They both mutate the object though. I don't want to mutate the object. I know we're doing this, but I think you have to do it here. There's no way around it for this. But in no other place am I mutating an object. So I win at that part. Oh, he didn't get any votes? I thought this would be... This qualifies clever. Be creative or make use of obscure language features. So that's why they're saying this is clever as the proxy. But honestly, that's what you would use this for. Proxy is the right way to do this. There's no other way to do it than... There's no good way to do it, as you can tell. This is retarded. I created a proxy. But it's not really a proxy. I wonder what what were you supposed to do? What was the... Okay, seriously? Seriously. Can you read your own code? Can you test your own code with this? Like, do you ever want to make a change in this? I don't want to look at this. What the heck is this? Did you create a template string called reverse? What the heck is join? How are you doing this? Is that a thing? Clever. Yeah, I agree. He's doing weird, obscure crap. He or she. Let's figure this out. Fun. Dot reverse. Right? It's not a function because it's not an array. Did he call reverse? What was it? I'm gonna say he because I don't know the gender. I won't say he or she. It's a lot of text to say. Okay, so these are on an array. This is an array. Dot reverse, and instead of calling it, he's doing this. What? Since when? Why do you do this? Why would you? What? Okay. What? When did they make everything a template string? Like formatter, custom tag, a tagged literal string. What? There's no way this is like I never heard of this thing. Why does it do nothing here? Like why did he do this there and it does absolutely nothing to it? What if I pass strings into it? What if like if I do this in reverse? No? Is he just showing off? Like what? I mean, the join thing was cool though. I did not know that. So because you can join, it looks like it just puts commas. Did I not do the join right? What? The default join is a comma. So if you call join as a template string, okay. So I'd probably never do this in my code, unless it's a common practice. Unless like I like do it all over the place, and it would make sense to people, because this makes sense to everybody. Everybody knows how this works. This is like the weirdest thing because I know what this is. This is a tagged like literal string or whatever, string literal, template string. I don't know what you would call it, but I would never like think like I didn't know what this would execute when it happened, right? I didn't know you're essentially calling the function with quote quote by doing this. Now I wonder if I can do this everywhere. Okay, this is mine, right? Okay, what else is he doing? He's got one get defined here. He has a proxy defined here. Dude, I can't read this code. This sucks. And what is this? You're doing you're mapping the ends and you're mapping the beginnings. Dude, you don't need to do this twice. He's like joining two. Look, there's a plus sign. See that plus sign? Psh, I can do better than that. Okay. It was definitely clever, but only because of the way he was using the quote quote or the template strings. Not in any other. I don't know if I want to name it clever. That's fine. Mine is definitely best practice. It's not best practice. It's not best practice because of like this. Why don't I just use a proxy? Why? Okay, let's do this. Format.js getter, format getter. And then this new one is going to be called format proxy. And I can do this probably real quick. But let's just do it in the index for now, and we'll copy it out later. So instead of all this junk I've been doing, we just need to create a proxy, and then we split on it. And when we split, we can still use this function. I'm pretty sure this doesn't have to go away. I know it looks ridiculous right now because of all the weird template string things, but this should not have to go away. And I honestly think that it can read easier too. So, okay, let's do this for reals. So we do have this, and you do have to call this again. But now all this stuff is like a new proxy. And you have one getter on there. You still need to define each one as a getter. You would still need to define each one. And each one would have a string for... Maybe what I did was the right way to do it. Yeah, best practice. Here we go. I wonder how many times it lets you vote on your own. So So I'm wondering if proxy is even the better approach, because now I'm parsing strings, whereas I'm not parsing strings with the getters. I'm literally like calling the code straight up and being like, okay, here's something you're getting returned back. And here's a new object, which is the string formatter with those properties. I mean, this is very explicit. It's telling you exactly what it's doing. We need to do this reduce no matter what, with a proxy or without it. Unless I'm not understanding proxy. Unless proxy can take any value, you don't have to define what they are. So this like takes a validator function, and it takes an object. And could it be like anytime you call anything on it, it runs through the validator? I'm really interested to find out more. Okay, is this a new? Can we clear this, please? Oh, come on. Okay, proxy. It does exist. New proxy takes an object and a validator function, which is called console.log. Let's make it a value. T.a. No, A. What are you doing, Chrome? Come on. Undefined. Not a function. A is undefined. Do we have to define them in the object here? Let's see. If we do, then we're almost back to saying my example is fine. I do want to use a proxy, though, because that was my original idea, was to use a proxy. I just didn't know the name of it. Nor did anybody watching. Oh. So, that still doesn't call the validator. But I think if I do a dot something here, the validator should get called, which is our console log statement. Alright, I'm going to keep reading this and figure out how to do it for reals. I'm just trying to be really quick, and it's not working in my favor. Okay, the handler is the handler is an object that has a get, and the get has a function, and I guess you have to define it like this? You probably don't need to. We don't have a this in here. It gives you an object and a property? Okay, I wonder if... Let's try this again. Let's copy this much. No, he's setting A to something. He is setting the value here. I'm saying he, but this example. This example has been personified into a male. P. P is a proxy. Dot A. Dot A. Okay, fine. Dot has own property. It's a function. No, it's a native function. 37. I didn't make it 37. A doesn't exist, so B is also 37? Whoa. Okay. No. Proxy is the right thing. Proxy is the right thing. New proxy. Yes. And it's an object. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a function. And it has it. Can I call it? Can I call this as a value? No, because it has to return. It has to return a function. Do we still need this logic? Or do we return another proxy? Because you need to be able to call it. How do you call it? Are we going to have the same problem we did before? I knew this was going to take a while. I might save it for tomorrow. New people come in and they're like, why are you doing this? What are you doing? What's the question? Why are we using proxy? What is proxy? How does this work? You know, if you sat through me trying to do this, it would make a lot of sense. But if you haven't, it might not make as much sense what we're doing, why we're doing it. Okay, that is a lot of information. That is a set. Is that when you call it? Easily validate the pass. Wait. What? No, can I fake this? Can I make the set return HTML? The set return indicates success. No. But they're not calling the setter though. They're just doing it equals. Okay, so when you do equals, it calls the set. No, I want it to be a function. I want my getter to return a function. Okay. And the proxy itself. I think I can return format. I really do. I really think I can do this. Okay, get. And it's object props, right? Like this. I want to do it with the arrow function. Can I just change it up? Is it gonna error? No. Yes. What? Do I need to like something in here? And then it will stop complaining? Then it'll complain this doesn't exist. Yeah, okay, fine. I want to return this. That's this. That's this. Okay. This object's probably our initial properties. And then when you do a get on something that doesn't exist in here, then it gives us the object, which is our proxy. Okay. So we can return the proxy. And we're going to return the prop. But we don't want to return the prop. We want to like split on this. We want to figure out what this prop. I want to log these. Because I want to see what cool stuff we can get out of this. But I guess I'll return undefined. I think if I return undefined, it's going to cause an issue, but we'll find out. And we can do this in the console to check out what it does. So basically, I don't want this initial properties piece. I just want an object here. Everything else is going to work as is. Okay, cool. So we go in the browser, we clear, we do this, make it equal to t dot a dot b dot c dot d. Whoa, it's logging every time? Why does this get called every time I'm not done yet? Can read property be of undefined? No. No, not every prop. I want to do something where I get a string back of like all this junk. There's a way to do this. Like I did it without a proxy, right? So object prop. So if the object is the prop is in the object, yeah, I return that. Otherwise return 37. Okay, hang on, we're getting somewhere. So I want to return if I don't want to call it obj. Come on, I would never call it that. Proxy, that's what it is, and the prop is the prop name. It sounds like a prop name. Okay, like that, if that, or because technically this could fine, we're gonna do it this way, or we just log. So if it exists, it calls it, otherwise, or it returns it, so you have access to it. Okay, so that's what will come out of there. Otherwise, we're going to log our proxy and our property name, like we've been doing. And when we're logging them, we're getting the property name, which is what we expect, but it's a every time. It's a every time, and then a proxy. Can we like log these here? Did I delete something I shouldn't have? I did, but I mean. And then proxy name. I'm just trying to think this through. Proxy itself is an object, which is like this with the getter. Okay. So it is our proxy object. I don't need to keep logging it. Like I know what it's doing. I do want to log the property name that it keeps thinking we have. This would be undefined. Or we return the proxy. Okay. Or the proxy. No, not with a capital P. This case is object. Okay, so t dot a dot logged b dot c dot why is the property not a dot b dot c whatever? How do I capture all of this? There is a way to do it. There is a way to say that your input into this get function is like everything. It's the property name is like a whole big string of stuff. I don't want to cheat and look at their solutions. I don't have time for this. Let's cheat. Fine. It's supposed to be challenging. I'm supposed to like show off how much better I can do this than they can. Okay, so they're passing in a tag, which is interesting. Oh, it's the HTML tag. I thought it was like a tag string function or whatever. This guy looks like he's doing it somewhat functionally. I don't like that he's that F, but F is a function, I guess. This is also func is a function, so how confusing is that? So he's created a function that returns a proxy every time, which is what I was doing. But I wonder if there's a way you can do it where you don't do that. So, like, I don't want to have to do this. I don't want this at all. I want to be able to just get the stuff and do the logic. And I thought some people are looping. Like, this guy's looping. Formatter, okay. You created a class. I didn't expect this to be a class. On call, get the args. A.slice. Yeah. Wait. This dot A. What the heck is A? Why A? What does A mean? A is an array? Can you just write, like, random array that I don't even know what it does? New proxy. Okay, so in the constructor, it returns a proxy. I didn't know you could return from the constructor. Does that, like, give you the this? Is that the this of the function now? Is whatever's in here? Because he's got a this up here. Yeah, he's proxying this. Oh my god, you can do that? I had no clue. It's like I've never done JavaScript before. I don't think I've ever done this like this. Why would I do this? Usually my classes would be self-contained. I wouldn't do something weird like this. He's also extending function. Okay, that's funny. So now this class is actually a function. It has all the properties of a function, so you can call it. That's why it has a call here. He's overriding the call. Couldn't I just add a function called call to any class? Do I have to extend this? Okay, this is cheating. That is cheating. You should be doing this dynamically. You don't have to write all this out. You should know better. Turn new formatter. Okay, so he's calling this class again, newing it up. Yeah, this is what do you call it? Factory pattern. And then I'm hoping somebody like tells me I'm wrong if like anything's wrong at this point. This a concat div. Okay. A. We're back to A. A.slice. What are you slicing? Target.call. What's target? Apply? What are you doing? How do you do? You can do this stuff? What magic is this? I don't know. You could. I thought you just do the get. Like, what's this apply here? Are you just putting random properties on it? Because I created an object here with properties. I mean, this should have. No, it shouldn't. Yeah, extends function. This should have properties because you called super. Which you have to do anyway, I think. Target.call. Man, this is really confusing. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that I've been trying to put in every video. This is why I'm doing these videos. I can't read this code. I have no clue what it's doing. If I had to edit this, it would be hard as heck. I would have no clue. Like, I'd have to debug. I'd have to go through it. I have to like figure out what this is and like, okay, so I'm mapping. Okay, I can understand there's an HTML piece here. I can understand we're creating an array and we're creating a string now off of that array. And there's a bunch of other stuff and we got like the exit. So at some point in here, I think is this. Args must be like so, but I had to read it. I got to read it really hard. My code, you probably got to read too. But I'm curious if I look at my code, if it makes sense compared to their examples. One I can say is it's definitely better than this. You can't read this. Nobody can do this code. Like, this is like a giant regex that nobody gives a crap about. This, I don't want to say it sucks, right? It fulfilled the need. It does do the problem. I don't know how performant it is. I don't know how good. Yeah, I mean, somebody hit the minify button on their code, and that's what this is. If you write code like this, I want to know why. I want to know what the reason for you to write code like this, if this is acceptable for you. Because this is not acceptable for me. This would be something where, first thing, it would never pass code review, and second thing, it'd be one of those functions that now I would have to maintain for the rest of my time at that employer, and that time would probably be very short, because if I wrote code like this, I would be gone immediately. And somebody would rewrite this and make it work. Especially if I wrote unit tests. It would make it way easier to override it. Or that code would just sit there forever and nobody would ever touch it. And if something goes wrong, then we're always going to blame that one dude that wrote this code. So you cannot do this. You absolutely cannot write code like this in production. And even for a website like this, like, I don't know why, what is the challenge to write it online. That's fine. You know, people have their own reasons for doing things. Like I put clever, right? So his thing got ranked up. So look at mine. Okay, HTML tag names. Yes, very clear what these are. Initial properties. Okay, this sounds like these are the initial properties of something, some object, right? And it's a function that, okay, so this is kind of weird, right? That it's not a function. It says it's a function, but it's an object with a value prop. That's very strange. I would never know why this is done this way. But if we look at if it would be very confusing to see this, but if we saw this function, I would say, okay, format HTML string. That sounds like a function that does something to the output of this, and then there's an HTML tag name. Yes, okay, that makes sense. And then values. So there are an array of values that are being passed in. They can be dotted. So even if it's a string, if values is a string, it'll still work. This will still work as you expect. It's not an array of values. It's an array of arguments. Yeah. So values could be, okay. So that makes sense to me. This function is not crazy. This is the crazy part, and I'll find out later why that is if I look at this code. Create formatter properties. Okay, so I would look at this. I would say, okay, there's some format HTML string. That looks familiar. This looks crazy. I don't know what it's doing, but let's see. It's a reduce, so it's reducing on our tag names. Okay, I remember what those are because I saw them clearly defined here. Getter functions. So we're doing something with getter. Here's our getter function. Okay, and then HTML tag name. That's our getter function name. Okay, so there's some logic in here for the getter functions. That's everything is defined in what I'm doing. I don't have to comment or anything here yet. And maybe somebody else looking at this video is going to disagree. That's fine. I'd like to know why. So let's see what else we got. We got string formatter equals this dot create string formatter. Yes, so that makes sense to me. But where did this function come from? I don't see it here. And then I would like look around, right, and I'd find, okay, it must be coming from somewhere, and like, oh, initial properties, this matches what was in here. Okay, so something has to do with this value because we're not calling .value, so that would confuse me for a while. I would not know why that's there until I look up object.create and find out how that even works. So that is confusing. I can definitely improve that part of the code. And maybe even like inlining it, but I don't want to inline it. If we're gonna call this reduce a lot, I'd rather define it once. Create string for. Okay, so I would have a string formatter. That makes sense. And then we're doing something where we're creating properties. Okay, that makes sense. We do that down here. We don't know that yet, though. If I was reading this code for the first time, I wouldn't know. I'd say, okay, did it make sense? Create formatter properties. And created properties. This says create formatter properties. That must be calling itself, and then we're giving it the string formatter. Okay, that makes sense. So string formatter is some kind of thing like this, and it must have something to do with this because we're passing it in. And then, okay, we're going to define properties. We're going to do this. It looks like it mutates string formatter, and then we return string formatter. So string formatter is got like some properties on it that you can call, and it's also, it looks like it's a function. And so I would say, okay, I don't understand this get thing, but somehow that, like, you can call this as a function. So here's the thing. That's what I would do if I was going through this the first time. That's how I would think about it. And that's why I think what I did was good. If people disagree or agree, I would love to know. You can even put it in the chat if you're still watching. Yeah, in the early days of a stream, maybe not going to get as many people watching. So let's see what else we got here. Anytime you put F, I'm done. Like, I'm just, no, I hate you. It's not, I hate you as a person, but I hate this code. I would not want to deal with this code ever. This does not make, now I know it means function, but half the time I've seen the word F, I think like calculus, f of x, that kind of stuff. Not good for people understanding. Like, what does function do? Format is equal to F. So you fail? Like, is that what that is? Your format is failed. I don't understand. I do like that he's defined this kind of stuff that you're putting in here. I don't know what object is. Technically, it doesn't make any sense. And the worst part about this, so this is something I don't like. I've heard this from, I don't want to name names, but somebody on Twitter who's a big name in Kansas City noted that, he likes being able to define this because it gets automatically hoisted and you don't have to worry about ordering. I don't like it because if I see this code, I expect F to be defined somewhere above this. I expect it to exist. And for F to exist down here would be very, very confusing. especially if I'm skimming code or trying to read it for the first time, I would never expect that f is like down here somewhere hiding. And if it is, then that's like really confusing because I got to now realize that f is a function and it is going to get automatically hoisted. It is not a it is not a variable that was created off a function or something else like that. Okay, so left and right, slice, reverse. This I like this somewhat. It's redundant, but it does make sense. So look how he's doing slice here. You're saying, why did this guy do a slice, right? Why did he slice on the tags? Because he doesn't want to mutate them. So he's putting a push and an unshift. So the reason he does a slice here is because that creates a new object of tags, which is a duplicate of tags. So this is actually good right here. I like this. And reverse, the other reason he's doing slice and then reverse is reverse mutates. So reverse will mutate your array. So you don't want to do a reverse without a slice in front of it. I wish there was an ESLint rule for that. Maybe there is, but I would create it. I would definitely myself create a rule to automatically put a slice, to force a slice before a reverse every time, and that would fix that. Now, I mean, for performance reasons, you might not want it, but that's fine. You do ESLint disable. Okay, so const tag of this. Why you're taking tags as an array? So because he never passes it in, he doesn't create so he creates a default array here, but then like doesn't care about it. It doesn't matter anymore. Well, what about this? Why are you slicing? Like, what's all this logic? Okay, so clearly there's a problem here. Continue. So here's another thing. If statement. There are no brackets around it. I would assume that maybe these are in the if statement or there's something else. This is very confusing to me when I see this code like this. It works fine in CoffeeScript, not in JavaScript. I would expect to see the brackets, especially because I might hit the enter key right here before this continue. I might hit the enter key when I'm doing this code and not think about it and not put the brackets in and then put other code in there. And then what'll happen is it'll continue every time because the logic I'll usually put is before a continue. So I'll put logic before continue that does something, maybe another check or something like that, and then this continue won't run. And this even got Apple at some point. So Apple got caught like with HTTPS, it wasn't doing certificates or something in their iOS code, and the reason for that was because they had an if statement like this, and there were two things under it, but they were tabbed over, so it looked like they were all under that if, but they weren't. So always putting those brackets is better. Also, the fact that this continues like way over here on the side of the screen means it's harder to see it. So if I'm looking at this if here, I'm not going to see this continue. It's going to be much harder for me to see. What else? Let's see. Man, I'm fine critiquing other people's code. I feel like maybe, maybe mine's not as good as I think, but, who knows. I'd love to get my code critiqued as well from somebody and to explain what is and isn't understood. I don't want critiquing necessarily on the formatting of it. I'm doing this for a reason, but I would like critiquing on if the code read well, or if the variable names make sense, or if like the fact that I put the value here makes sense. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should add it somewhere else, or make it clear in initial properties. This is like initial, create object properties or something like that, so that it's obvious what's going on. I would like to know that information. That's very important to me. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's a function. Yeah, call func. What is this function doing though? So in mine, it was called create string formatter. This just is called func. This doesn't have a name. I can tell what it's doing, but it doesn't have a name. And so args, okay, this is that values thing that I did. And then this is really confusing because he's getting these, it's not confusing in a bad way. It's just confusing in the way that like he's got these pops and shifts and pushes and unshifts and all that stuff. That makes your code more confusing, and you are mutating these objects where you don't have to. In fact, this for loop, you don't need it. You could do it a different way. But he's also doing the define properties. He's doing all this, and then you get f again. So now it's calling this again, but it's just like f. And half the time, I'll put it like this. Looking at other people's code, I also don't notice this f. Like I might look at it and I'm like, okay, func tags, whatever. I might not realize that f is calling that when I'm skimming through the code real quick to figure out what it does. Like, I have to really read through this to kind of figure it out. I'm getting the general gist of it, so it's not that bad. But there are some weird oddities like that. Like, he's pushing all these tags in one by one. And so basically what this is doing is it's creating a stack. So he's creating a stack with this, and then he's removing stuff off the stack when he's done with it. So he creates a stack of each one and keeps mapping stuff in and then removing it from the stack. Something like that. That's what it looks like to me from first look. And it's really confusing because this one calls push and this one calls unshift. and this one calls pop, and this one calls shift. That is still confusing, even though it shouldn't be because one's left, one's right. It's still confusing because I'm seeing two different function names here. So we're doing like different functionality, but I'm not exactly sure why. It's not such a big deal. I can figure it out by looking at it, but it's still confusing. So it's interesting that the longer ones that have more easier to read text are at the bottom here. Yeah, all of these. Okay, well some of these are not, but if you look at the top, what's up here, right? You got everything's like one line. All these are one line. And somebody called this a best practice. Okay, well this has multiple things, but this is not a best practice. You didn't use tags. You like manually did this, and I do like it being explicit, but the question did not ask for explicitity. It did not ask for you to be explicit about these. It asked you to define these. It looks like with the array that they gave you. So even though I didn't keep the tags array, I did keep it in this format. I just didn't keep it the other way. I really want to do this proxy thing. I really want to figure this out, but I'm probably gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna do it for tomorrow. So everybody who watched this, was like really excited for me to solve it, the thing I need to solve tomorrow is to make sure that this property name is like infinite. So basically, anything after the first property, any dot or anything like that, gets captured by this proxy, and that is the hard part, and that's what we're gonna have to do tomorrow. I kind of want to just get rid of all this here, and we'll worry about it later. But I do need the string formatter function, but nothing else. Or this, I need this. Okay, I do need this eventually. I will need these things. Was it complaining? This is not used? That's fine. So tomorrow we'll have to figure this out. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. Going through all this, it's surprising how people solve it. It's surprising like what solutions they come up with, or somebody hit the minify thing, and is a masochist about how they're looking at stuff. I'm not seeing anything else. Yep. Nothing like stands out to me of these 10 solutions. So, I mean, definitely mine stands out because it takes the most space. It's also the most vertical. It also has the longest variable names, and it like defines things a little bit differently. Because I would like to hear from everybody else. Yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys think, and about my other comments too, like about the other people's code. What you think might be a reason somebody does that, or something like that. You don't have to give them a reason. If you actually know a legitimate reason, you can tell me. So that would be very nice to hear. Okay, thank you very much for watching my stream. I appreciate it. Appreciate anybody who's still here. If you want to come tomorrow or the next time I do stream, go ahead and subscribe on whatever platform that you're watching this on, and I will. You'll get a notification next time. Thank you.